Mitt navn Randi Svarva. Jeg jobber som koordinator for karriereveiledning I grunnopplæringen I Trøndelag fylkeskommune. Det har jeg gjort helt siden vi ble slått sammen. Nord og sør ble slått sammen. Jeg har planlagt arrangementet her sammen med min gode makker I Viken fylkeskommune.
Hallo, ja, dere hører meg. Ja, jeg heter Geir Syversen og da kollega med Randi, som du har skjønt, I Viken. Og jeg også koordinator, men jeg jobber med karriereveiledning I det livslange perspektivet. Så jeg jobber også med karrieresenter og for så vidt mye annet.
Ja, og vi har hatt et ganske langt samarbeid med fokus på det her med rammeverk, som dere ser her. Tidlig I vår så spurte veiledere I Trøndelag om hva ønsker å påfylle om nå I fortsettelsen. Og da fikk jeg ønsker fra mange om at vi ønsker å lære mer om rammeverk og struktur for hvordan vi skal få til det her. Og da passet det veldig godt at vi har det samarbeidet her, og da begynte vi etter hvert å nærme oss at vi kunne få til et sånt type arrangement. Vi jo så heldige at vi har hatt dialog med Ryan Gibson I nesten 2 år, fant ut her nå at det faktisk har holdt så lenge vi har hatt den, og det skal høre litt mer om hvordan vi har jobbet med det her, både sammen og hver for oss. Ja. Så ja, jeg kan jo gi som vertinne nå da på en måte her I Trøndelag, så vi da I Statens hus, det vet dere jo. Og litt sånn praktisk informasjon. Jeg vet ikke om dere så at det toalett, men det I hvert fall borte I gangen til venstre forbi kantina der. Og så skal vi ha lunsj litt ut på dagen, og da det buffet. Og så, ja, dere har jo egentlig fått informasjon om det, men det I hvert fall buffet I kantina her.
Ja, de som her, dere jo I hovedsak, så vidt jeg vet I hvert fall, fra Trøndelag og fra Viken. Noen har reist litt lenger enn andre, men det også mange som følger oss fra rundt omkring I Norges land via link, videolink. Så vi egentlig sikkert en ganske sammensatt gjeng da. Jeg vet ikke, skal vi si noe om bakgrunnen for hvorfor vi har akkurat den satsingen her, and why Ryan Gibson actually is sitting right in front of us now? Should we start with that, Randi?
Yes, you can do.
Yes, we were talking the other day about stories, so we all love stories and have a short story to tell you. A long time ago, I was in a group that the Directorate for Education in Norway was running, and Lone Lønne Christiansen, maybe some of you know her, I think you do, some of you anyway. And we met our colleagues from the different counties around in Norway. And at one meeting, she gave us some homework, and she said, no, you should all write me what is good career guidance services. So I went back home, and of course, I did my homework, scratched my head, and tried to figure out what is good career guidance services. And I was, to be honest, I think this was a good answer. Anyway, so then nothing happened with that homework. And sometimes later, I met Lone Lønne Christiansen, and I asked her, what happened to our homework? We were supposed to write what is good career guidance services. And then she said, well, actually, there were so few of you who answered, so we just dropped it. We didn't do anything with that. Okay, I thought that was a bit sad, because then, okay, we don't know what good career guidance services really is. So the years went by, and in March 2017, I was in Lillehammer. I know that some of you were there. And we heard Tristram Hooley and David Andrews speaking about the Career Leader Handbook and about the Gatsby Benchmarks. And then, now I get it. Now I know what good career guidance services is. So on the train back, I read the book. And I thought this is what we have been looking for, actually. We need a system that can provide good services to all the pupils in all the schools. Later that year, I met Randi at another conference in Oslo. and we found out both of us were interested in these benchmarks. So that's the story of how this whole thing started. And then eventually, I won't give you the whole story because we only can be here for that many hours. But we were so lucky to have a meeting with the Gatsby Foundation, Sir John Holman and Tristram Hooley, and a lady called Beth Jones. And they said, you have to speak to Ryan Gibson. That's the man. And we did. And we started collaboration with England. We are so glad, Ryan, because you have spent so much time with us and you are on the offering side. And we quite early on started to say, well, you must come to Norway and tell our colleagues about what the good work you are doing in England. And now we are here. So shall we just give the floor to you, Ryan? You are I have to have my notes here. You are the national leader for careers education at Academies Enterprise Trust in England. So I leave the rest of the presentation of you to yourself, and we are so grateful that you are here. Thank you, Ryan.
Brilliant.
Please.
Thank you, Geir. Thank you, Randy. It's great to be with you. I can't quite believe I'm standing here in Norway. It's incredibly exciting for me, a real personal honor, and it's great to be in a room full of people after coronavirus. It's lovely to be back together again. I've been really fortunate. I got here on Sunday evening, and I've had a chance to have conversations with lots of people thinking about the career guidance system in Norway. And it's great to see people here that I've met since I've been here. And it was great yesterday being in two schools, Heimdal and Husby. Apologies for the pronunciation. My Norwegian isn't great, which is why I'm doing this in English. And it's great to see colleagues from Viken County and Østfold as well, who I met yesterday. And what I'm going to do for the next 20 minutes or so is I'm going to split this first presentation into two parts. I'm going to tell you the story of the Gatsby benchmark framework and how that framework came to be. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we implement that framework in practice in the schools that I now work for. So a little bit about me, and this is just to give you a flavour maybe of why I'm here talking to you today. I led the original Gatsby pilot work in England. So we tested the benchmark. So I worked really closely with Professor Sir John Holman and the Gatsby Foundation, and I still do. And Sir John Holman would want me to say that he is delighted that you're looking at his framework as well. That pilot in England was really, really successful, and it actually led to a change in the law in England, which really raised the profile of career guidance, and actually meant that now every school in England must use the framework of the career benchmarks. And I then supported the rollout of that work, so helping to set up the national system, national networks, the infrastructure to help schools be able to adopt, implement, and achieve those benchmarks. I was lucky enough to be named the UK Career Educator of the Year, something I was really proud of, and that led me to be able to support other people to develop the system around the framework of the benchmarks, and hopefully I can help you in your schools, in your areas, do exactly the same. So I've worked with colleagues in Spain and Hong Kong and Wales as well. And now I currently lead careers education provision across England's largest trust of schools. So in England, we have multi-academy trusts. So they are collections of schools that are under the same leadership. And so I oversee 57 schools, the careers provision in 57 schools. And that equates to around 32,000 young people. So I'm responsible for the quality of careers provision. So I'll tell you about how we use the career benchmarks framework in my job role. But let me take you back, first of all, to 2013-14. And in England, we didn't have the definition of what good looked like in terms of high quality careers provision. And that was leading to a whole host of economic problems, disengaged young people, high dropout rates, students not progressing to university or apprenticeship or employment. And so the Gatsby Foundation actually decided to go and investigate, to do their homework, to go and investigate what careers guidance looks like, where it's good. And so Professor Sir John Holman and a small team of people, not me, at the time I was working in a school, he led a team which made 6 international visits, and they identified 8 things, 8 benchmarks that defined good career guidance. And it's those things that form the framework of what we in England call the Gatsby Benchmarks, but essentially the Career Benchmarks framework. And what you see there are the titles of each benchmark, but each benchmark is then broken down into a definition and then key characteristics. And to fully achieve a benchmark in England, you must fully achieve all of the key characteristics. And I'll say a little bit more about that as the day goes on. So we now have the framework of 8 things that are important. It's all well and good having a framework and a very nice report. And Sir John Holman did produce a really good report, the Good Career Guidance Report, and that was published in 2014. And some of you may have seen it, and some of you may have read it. But what was then decided was we need to test if these benchmarks work in schools. Do they work? Do they make a difference? And I was appointed to lead the national pilot. And the national pilot took place in a part of England which is in the northeast corner of England. And my brief was to do 2 things, really. 2 clear aims: to embed the benchmarks in 16 schools in one region, and then to work with those schools to test the benchmarks in action, documenting the conditions, the support, the challenges, the solutions that they develop. And it was a 2-year pilot. And in addition to the 2 aims, though, we had 4 clear intentions. And in a way, these are more important. So we were looking at how do we build capacity within and between schools to deliver good career guidance and to achieve the benchmarks. Then we wanted to test the impact of those benchmarks, not just on outcomes, but of course on outcomes, but also on what is the impact on school culture. How do these benchmarks influence the leadership of a school? And then what does that do in terms of the delivery of some of the provision that we put in place? Of course, we knew there would be challenges and problems, and you can see there, I had to identify what those were. So as schools faced issues around achieving the benchmarks, we documented those, we looked at those barriers, we worked together, and we looked at the solutions that schools would also create. And ultimately, we wanted to create something that was sustainable and that we could replicate and that we could apply at scale. So could I build a model that could potentially be rolled out across England if it worked? And you can see there, that's where the pilot in England took place. And the point of showing you this is just to point out that we had schools of all different shapes and sizes, some large schools, some small schools, some urban schools, some rural schools, some schools in very deprived areas and schools in more affluent areas, and a range of schools in terms of their inspection grades, some really high achieving schools and some schools that weren't doing very well. So a full mix of schools. And we did that deliberately because we wanted to see, do these benchmarks work in every school context? Probably also worth pointing out that one of the schools involved was what we call a pupil referral unit. And essentially that is a school for students who have been excluded from the mainstream education. So those that have particular challenges, especially behaviour challenges. And I developed 2 key documents to support the pilot. One was an audit document, so schools could self-assess their starting points against each benchmark, and then an action plan template. So now that we know our starting points, how will we move from those points to a position of better performance against those career benchmarks? What are we going to do to improve our provision? And actually, what are we going to do to maintain the real strengths that we found in our audit? And you can see there the results of the very first audit of the pilot in England. So the vast majority, or 50% of the schools, started by fully achieving no benchmarks. And no school achieved more than two. No more than three, sorry. And so that gives you an idea of the scale of the challenge. Now, what I would say is that does not mean that the schools were bad at careers. It just meant that they didn't quite meet the criteria of the benchmarks. They didn't quite meet this new world-class standard of what good career guidance really is. But we accurately assessed those starting points. And schools did that through using the audit document, documenting evidence, and making evidence-based decisions, which we then went in and verified. And actually having a framework was really appreciated by the people in school who were going to lead this work. You can see there I've called Matt a careers leader, but in 2015, we didn't have that term in England. We didn't have a person who led careers work. Some schools maybe had a careers coordinator, but lots of people didn't. We do now, and I'll explain a little bit about that later. But the important point here is schools really appreciated having a set of benchmarks that told you what needed to be achieved. They liked to have a framework which required self-evaluation, evidence-based decisions, and then something they could translate into real actions that would drive improvement in their school for their children. And that's the journey of the 2-year pilot. So you can see we moved from red to green within 2 years. So within 2 years, no school achieved less than 4 benchmarks. 3 schools hit that world-class standard of achieving all 8. But we made a significant shift. And you might think that the middle column doesn't indicate very much progress after 1 year. But I was really encouraged because we saw schools starting to move in the right direction. And we saw that actually they now understood what they needed to do and were starting to put in place those important building blocks that would allow them to make that more rapid progress in the second year. So what actually happened in schools? Well, the very first thing we saw is schools did more careers activity. So they started to do more things. But then when they were doing more careers activities, they started to evaluate the impact of those much more. So there was a real focus on tracking and monitoring and what impact is this having. And that led to refining the activities that they had as part of their careers program. They all then started to improve their websites. So starting to put information onto their websites about what they were doing in careers so that parents could see, so that employers could see, so that there was a resource there that students could use and access. And we saw new approaches. So we saw schools doing employer visits very differently, experiences of workplaces very differently, investing in those kinds of experiences. And actually, back in 2016-17, digital encounters with employers. So before we were doing it, maybe before COVID, it had started to happen in the pilot. Really excitingly, we saw wider collaboration. So a lot of collaboration between different schools, between different career leaders, starting to work together, starting to form networks that could support each other. Sometimes to talk about the challenges, sometimes to talk about the solutions. And I led those first networks. And schools had very clear action plans. So really clear, measurable targets, very specific asks to employers. They were starting to know what they needed to do to improve provision. And one of the things that they needed to do and started to do was to work with the wider school staff. So staff training, so investing in training for teachers, for career leaders, working with employers. And we even saw staff spend time out in industry. So teachers going and spending time with employers to look at how what they're teaching in the classroom is relevant in the world of work, and then bringing that relevance back in to working with young people. And every school we matched with a business leader. We call them an enterprise advisor. So every school had a strategic business link to help them with their employer engagement. So that's the kind of thing that was happening in the pilot. The beauty of the career benchmarks framework is they tell you what you need to achieve, but they don't tell you how. Now, I used to find that very frustrating. I thought, well, if we just knew how to do it, it would be great. But actually, I now think that's the beauty of the career benchmarks, because as a school, I know what I need to do, but I can achieve them in the way that will work best for my students. And so we saw schools develop very different approaches. Some folk had careers focus months, others collapsed their timetable for a day, several days, and focused on careers. Some delivered careers through a character curriculum. The one you see at the top there, the 100 hours, that was a campaign-led approach where every student had an entitlement to 100 hours of careers learning, and they would monitor, track, and evaluate that. So different approaches. And I asked one of the pilot schools to share with me some of their top tips to share with you. So this is Castleview Enterprise Academy. And they said, establish your priorities. So know what it is that you want to focus on. Build on your strengths, and you'll uncover those through the audit. Tailor the approach, your solution, to your students. Then network. Network with other schools, particularly with other career leaders, with employers, with universities, apprenticeship and training providers. And then they said, never underestimate the ripple effect of cultural change. So changing one thing can have a significant impact over time. So never underestimate that. They also said, focus on the impact. And when I said, well, what was the impact in your school? How would you summarize that for colleagues in Norway? They said, focus on meaningful encounters for all, each and every young person. Make sure they're meaningful experiences. And I said, how do you get to meaningful? And they said, well, meaningful is different for different children. And so you need multiple encounters to get to the meaningful ones. Work with employers and integrate that work into what you're teaching in the classroom. And you can see there the number of employer encounters in each year group moving through this school. In 2016-17. So the youngest children, year 7, they are 11. They had 10 encounters with employers that year, moving through to our 16-year-olds who had 10 at the end of their year. So over 60 employers with employer encounters over the time in school. And I said, summarize that for me even more so I can share it. And they said, if you're talking to leaders and people leading this, what the Gatsby Benchmarks did in England for this school was they moved the school from doing ad hoc careers activities, so activities here and there, to something that was much more strategic and joined up. It went from add-on to embedded, so something that happened over there as an extra to now something that happened as part of the daily life of the school. And don't run it in isolation. Run it as a whole school approach. So they were their top tips. Let me just share with you some key success factors. So the audit was crucial. The action plan was crucial. A network of career leaders was absolutely crucial. Where there were common areas of difficulty, we set up working groups. So we created the solutions together. The involvement of business was really helpful because it sped up the time taken to make those employer encounters. To colleagues who work for county councils, we pulled together a directory of provision, and so that every school could access or find information, access support. And then there was my role, which was to facilitate the support for the schools. And leadership was really, really key, and we're going to come on to that later today. And that led to a new national careers strategy in England, requiring every school to use this framework, and a change in the law. And so you can see that there. I'll come on to this later on, but the change in the law also involves changes to who you have to have leading this work, what you have to put in place, and access to impartial guidance. But I'll go through those later on. And schools are now in England, they've always been inspected by an independent inspectorate body called Ofsted, and that body now also inspect the quality of careers provision that's happening in a school. And they look at it through 3 lenses. What's the intent? So what is it you're trying to achieve and why? What's your implementation? So why do you deliver what you deliver in the way that you deliver it? How is it timed to meet the needs of students, and why is it right for your students in your school? And then what's the impact of that? So what's the impact on students? What's the impact on their skills, and what's the impact on the decisions that they make about what they might want to do next. Okay, so that was the story of the Gatsby report, the career benchmark framework, and the national pilot that implemented and tested that framework very successfully. Let me tell you now a little bit about how we use that framework in my group of schools. So these are all of my schools. So at Academies Enterprise Trust, we are one large family of schools with a shared leadership. So every school has their own head teacher, but those head teachers are connected together in a network, and we have a leadership team at our trust. And we have 57 schools. 31 of those are primary schools, so students who are aged 4 to 11 years old. 21 secondary schools, so students who are 11 to 16 or 18. 5 schools that are schools for students who have additional educational needs, SEND, special needs, and that adds up to 32,000 young people. And you can see our schools are all over England, including a school on a little island off the south coast on the Isle of Wight. And this is our vision and our mission and our values. So the vision is that each and every child should be inspired to choose a remarkable life. And the motto of every one of our schools is find your remarkable. So what is it that makes you remarkable? And how can we back you and support you to find it and then to choose to live it? And you can see the values there. Discover what's possible, push the limits, be unusually brave, be big-hearted. And I just wanted to share with you our little symbol, because right at the heart of that symbol is excellent teaching. And you might find that strange in a careers presentation, but actually children in school spend most of their time in a classroom. So if we can integrate careers learning and the relevance of careers learning into the delivery of subjects, then you're going to have excellent teaching and improved outcomes. And our strategy for excellence, you'll not be surprised for me to say this, we base it around the framework of the 8 career benchmarks. But crucially, we don't treat those as a tick box exercise. It's about ensuring quality. It's about ensuring equality of opportunity for each and every young person so that they can make fully informed decisions about their future and that we can help prepare them for the next stage, whether that be more learning, work, whatever it might be. And we want them to go on and thrive into their remarkable life. So this is where we started. So when we audited, so I joined Academies Enterprise Trust in January 2019. And very like the Gatsby pilot, I used an audit document with our schools. And our average benchmark achievement was 2. And 1 in every 5 of my schools achieved 0 benchmarks. So 20% were achieving no benchmarks. And 80% were achieving less than 4. And only 1 school achieved all 8. Where did we get to 2 years later? So the beginning of this academic year, you can see that our average benchmark achievement is now 7 benchmarks. So we made really, really good progress. Our annual rate of progress is twice as fast as other schools in England. 100% of my schools now achieve between 6 and 8 benchmarks, and 1 in every 3 achieve all 8. And that matters not because it sounds good in numbers, but it matters because it's making a real difference to the children in the classroom and the decisions that they're making when they leave school. And that shows you our progress compared to national. And just to point out, the national average in England in terms of benchmark achievement is still only 4 benchmarks. So these benchmarks are difficult to achieve. But then careers is too important to be easy. So really important that we keep working hard at it. And I just thought I'd include this table just to link to what I'd just shown you in the original pilot. This is the table of our improvement in the career benchmarks at my group of schools. I just think it's interesting that it starts very similar to what happened in 2015 in the original pilot, and it has become very similar after 3 years to what existed previously. That tells me the framework works. Okay, what do we do? So I lead careers provision across our 57 schools. I've got the strategic responsibility for that. I have regional career leaders. So the very best career leaders in my schools continue to be the careers leader in their school, but they support other schools around them in a regional network. Every school has a careers leader, and that careers leader is responsible for developing their careers program, the program that will work for their school, but they base their program around the Gatsby benchmarks. And I have some non-negotiables, so things that bring consistency right across our schools. That's an example of our audit document. So you can see the title of the benchmark, its definition, and then its key characteristics. And we say it's not achieved, partially achieved, fully achieved, and the school documents the evidence as to why they feel they've met or not met that criteria. And that's an example of the action plan. So now that we know our starting points, how do we map and go forward? And again, just like I showed you before, there are different ways that different schools implement and achieve these benchmarks. What we've also produced is some additional information to sit behind the benchmarks in my schools. So looking at what do children need to be able to do and know by the age of 14, 16, and 18. So these are our intended learning outcomes for careers. And we've broken those down into themes. So career exploration, career experiences, and career management. So that gives our career leaders some support when they're planning their activities. And they map it out in a summary document just like this. And their non-negotiables are things like we must use the career benchmarks, we must audit, we must action plan, we must work with business, we must capture the destinations that our students go on to, we must use former students to come back and talk to current students. And we measure our inputs, and our inputs have got much better, and you can see that in the percentages there. What I'm really proud of is we've also used the benchmarks to kind of equalize opportunity so that we've narrowed the gap between our highest performing school in terms of the career benchmarks and our lowest performing school. So that gap was 8 benchmarks. It's now down to 2. So that means a lot more students are benefiting from better inputs in terms of their careers provision. And we measure performance by benchmark as well. And you can see there how each benchmark has improved, and we compare that to national. So for the first time, we've got data and measures that we can use to help us define what good looks like and how we can improve our position against each benchmark. So I can say we've got a narrative of success at AET. Our strategy is working. The inconsistencies in provision are reducing, our regional careers support structure is working, and as a collective, we're gaining a reputation in England for being good at the careers work that we do. But of course, it tells you where you still have gaps, where you still have challenges. And so for me, in my schools, benchmark number 3 is a challenge, and that's addressing the needs of each pupil and tracking their destinations once they leave. But that's great to know, because we can now, as a collective, provide some support to develop solutions to help the schools with the areas that they're struggling on. And we know that actually through literature reviews and studies and academic reports that when you use the career benchmarks, the more benchmarks you achieve, the better the destination students go on to secure. Being from a school, I couldn't not share pictures of schools with you. So this is Rawlett School, and this is employers engaging in the school on a weekly basis. So that's what learning looks like in this school. And it's a traditional academic school. Student surveys, lots of questions about what they want to do, have they applied for things? So we capture it, we analyze it, and we provide the support that's needed. Raising the profile of careers so that it's explicit everywhere around the school. So lots of displays. This one's at Greensward School, which is in the southeast of England. Employers coming in. This is a school in Richmond in London. So employers coming in, hosting career fairs, and students will go and talk to lots of employers. This is students getting out of school, so experiencing different workplaces, so co-working environments, emergency services, new national engineering infrastructure projects. Visits to university, to explore what a university might look like, what it might be like to study there, what it might be like to live there, So they get an opportunity to see it, to feel it, to explore it. And one thing just to almost finish on is to say, somebody used to always ask me, what's the most important benchmark? Just tell me what the most important one is and I'll do that. And I asked Sir John Holman, and that's what he said. There isn't a most important benchmark. There isn't a magic bullet. They're all equally important. You have to do them all. You have to do all of the things in them. You have to do them consistently. You have to do them well. And you have to do them for each and every student for an extended period of time. So when I gave the schools that answer, they realized the challenge ahead. So my top tips, and I'll finish my first section with these top tips. And this is probably what I've learned over the last 10 or so years. The benchmarks are an improvement framework. They're not an accountability measure. So they're owned by your school to help your school improve what it offers to its students. Use them to accurately assess your starting points. Don't feel a pressure to start by saying you achieve all 8. Be really open, honest. Be critical of your school. Be harsh, because you'll then accurately assess that starting point. And don't be afraid if it says 0. That provides a real opportunity. Use the framework then to shape what you're going to do next. Don't just do an audit and leave it there. Use it to say, how are we going to maintain our strengths and what do we do to improve those areas that we've identified, and who can help us? What partners can we work with? Benchmarks, of course, tell you what needs to be achieved, but not how. See that as an opportunity to create something that works in your school, so that you can determine what it needs to look like in your school for your students. And then, slightly boring, but establish your processes. Know what you want to deliver, set those expectations, and make sure everybody is clear about those expectations. Provide people with the documents that they'll need, and crucially, give them some timeframes to work within. I think that's my final slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan, for the introduction session. We are going to continue with Karl Ole Marken from Tora Storm Upper Secondary School here in Trondheim. But before, when you install yourself, maybe some of you have some questions. And I can also tell that the people who are joining digitally can also ask questions on the chat. We will follow the chat. So do that, and we will try to also to open up for those questions. So was there a hand? Yeah, Jomar?
You might have said something about it, but the actual measuring of reaching all the benchmarks, how do you do that?
Okay, so the process, first of all, is owned by the school. So it's a self-evaluation process to start with. So where does the school think it's at? And that will be the careers leader talking to colleagues around the school, gathering evidence, noting that evidence down. Then a senior leader in the school will check that. So it's an internal check. Then that will come to somebody like me, who will then check it externally. And then there are other checks. So in England, we have school governors, so a board that look after the education provision of the school. They also oversee the work of the head teacher. So there is a link governor generally for careers, and they will look at it. If you then want a further check, obviously I mentioned the independent inspectorate, they will come and check. They come every 3 to 5 years generally. So there is an organization in England called the Quality in Careers Standard. And so they can come in and they have an independent assessor who will check where you're at as well. So lots of quality checks, but the process crucially is owned by the school first of all. One of the education judgments in the inspections in England is quality of leadership. And part of that consideration is, can the school accurately assess where it's at in terms of its academic performance, in terms of its behavior, in terms of its careers provision? And so strong leadership, make sure you've got strong processes in place. And one final thing that we are doing is we are training every careers leader across my school to be a peer review, so they can review the career leader in another school to check that they are on track, that their audit is accurate. And we then I have my regional leaders, so they will also check. So we've got a peer review, a regional leader, we've got internal checks in the school and external checks if we need to use them. So lots of checks.
Great, thanks.
Well, then we will continue. So I leave the word to you, Karl Ole.
Thank you. Thank you for asking us, Randi. I don't know if you remember which date you asked me. I got a call on the 1st of April, and of course I said yes. And then my colleagues told me what day it was, and I actually at the evening had a beer and said it quite. Sent a text message to Randi. Now I look like the idiot. Thank you. And you were like, no, it's not a joke. It's not a prank. This is not going to be a story about how perfect it is at Storm. It's about what we're trying to do and what we're going to do, I think. And I'm glad I planned that, because now Mr. Gibson has told us how it should be. So, and I know that in the program it said it's going to be a dialogue, so you just jump in whenever. Okay, yeah. So for those who don't know about the school, it's 900 students, 600 for the general studies, qualifying for universities and so on, and 300 on vocational studies. We're located just about a couple of 100 meters away from here. I think that is important for networking, connection with the university and NTNU. 130 teachers and 5 student counselors. So I think what was the situation at Tora Storm was quite traditional career guidance. I guess all of you have been at Utdanningsmesse, gathering flyers and merch, not knowing why you're there. Samordna opptak, have you heard about that? No, it's where you apply for university, all the details on how you do that. And the one-to-one students knocking on the door, asking for advice. And I don't know why, but we started asking questions. What can we do different? Our experience was that students from 3rd grade had panicked in March. Every one of them wanted answers, knocking on the door, and they wanted help with the big choice. And we were started talking about how we could prepare them for making choices instead, and so on and so on. And then came the dark ages, the Corona times, because we had so big plans, workshops, courses, and so on. And instead, we ended up with some pre-made digital presentations, using some other digital tools, trying to do this while students were at home, some were at school. We never knew how many students will be there the next day. So there goes 2 years. And now we're back on track again. We are thinking, discussing a lot. But I know you told me not to start with the benchmarks, but I still did. Because when we are talking about a stable career program, I think it's difficult to know what is that. Is that about content, what we do, or is it about having a strict timeline when we do it, or methodology, how we do it? I think we have a pretty clear timeline because they're going to apply in April, so we have to prepare them before that. That's what we know. I don't think we're not totally there on methodology yet. We don't know how to do this. That's what we're testing, and we have been testing a lot. And about content, I think we have fallen in love with karriereknappene. Have you heard about them? The career knaps. Yeah. And when I said that the career guidance at Twitter was traditional, I think it was also the culture of the entire staff, the teaching staff, quite conservative in many ways. So this is indeed a cultural change. And we have a new principal now who's all about relevance and friendly school. And of course, as you say, backing from the leaders at school is essential. But I don't think that the leaders necessarily are the ones that should tell everyone what to do. We had some different experience on that because we're trying to teach a new language about these buttons. And we had an experience where my leader was telling about them, and the reaction was, oh, not a new thing again. Please, could we just do on as we did? But last week, as a part of a session where all teachers shared examples of good practice, I shared 2 of these buttons, and the same person who was negative to my leader was then positive because it came from me. So I don't know what culture you have in your schools, but try to identify who should teach the new language. And of course, here's the new leader, the new principal. Every day, this is this morning actually, standing there every morning wishing people welcome, good morning. And I didn't think much of it when I took the picture. But when you were talking, I think this is one of the little changes that creates the friendly school she's talking about, the open hand school. She has a saying, I have to do it in Norwegian. Det kommer ingenting in I en lukka hånd. Nothing comes into a closed hand. I managed. And I think this is not written in a strategy paper or something, but it's a part of a cultural change. So maybe just saying hi to students at school is a way of creating a relation to them. Because if you start saying hello, you would discover that a lot of students have their heads down. Long before they meet you, they've seen you. But when you say hi, the first time you kind of shock them. But the second, the third, the fourth time, it's kind of a habit and it's a cultural change. So regarding the criteria, I tried to just connect this as part of a stable careers program, that this is the part of the culture at school. We're talking about it, and soon we're doing something about it as well. But talking about it, having the new language, having the teachers using these in the classroom as they're teaching, then the student counselors and the teachers are using the same language. And they're good in branding as well. I mean, it's easy to have these in classrooms, like posters or T-shirts, buttons. You can brand. So, but coming to career advices, what do we know about the labor market in the future? I don't know anything, unless I know that it's changing rapidly. We don't know the knowledge that we teach students today is valid in 10, 20 years. But we try to identify some skills that are necessary. And we think it's about communication, problem solving, creativity, and dealing with changes. And this impact how we teach and how we guidance them. So we have at our school, I think, a lot of good practice connecting the classroom with the outside world. We have youth businesses, we have cases, students solving cases that employers give us, different assignments, and we have competitions with awards, of course. And I think it's essential that we student counselors connect to this and involve in these businesses, these competitions, that we know what's going on in the classroom. We know what the students are doing and the teachers are doing. And I think we're on our way now building a culture where we share these good practices. We have to say, I did something good yesterday. We say that the students should be proud of themselves, telling about their achievements. I think we, working at a school, also should have a culture where we tell about the good experiences we had. And this is about, learning from career and labor market information. Okay, what skills are necessary? What do we know? What can we do something about? And also linking the curricula. And we have some teachers that are great connecting to the university, the technical studies, the engineer studies. They have assignments together. They've just built some kind of robot car that should follow a track. And they had a competition with students at NTNU. And our students were the best. Among the top 10 cars, we had 7. So that's quite cool. And the students were like, you do this to embarrass us, don't you? What does our webpage, because you said that you have to tell the world about this. Yeah. Ours says absolutely nothing. So we don't tell the world about this. So there's a big red cross there. I think we inform parents about choosing subjects for the 2nd and the 3rd year, and that's it. Nothing about the career guidance. So there's a big job to do. How do we plan to use the buttons? We tried to think that the first year at our school will trying to get the students to know themselves. And that's the top one. My context. Who am I? What are my strengths? What do I have to work on? And so on. And what are my interests? And so on. And the 2nd year is probably the most difficult one, because the first year they're new and everything you say, they follow. The 2nd year, they're more confident. but it doesn't count because there's no final exams. So the second year is quite difficult, but we will try to work on which competencies do you need to make a valid choice. So how do you make choices? What influence your choice? Have you ever been in doubt? What is doubt? What is the difference between having doubt and a depression? Just talking about different choices and have different exercises, discussions, and so on. And then the third year, of course, is what is the options? Is there any limitations? Because it's a lot about higher education or not. And does this give a meaning? Okay, good. So again, taking a look at the benchmarks, again, it's about having a plan, a program, doing the same thing year after year. And then about addressing the needs of each pupil. I think that is one of the biggest challenges, because then you have to meet one by one. And as you know, there's only 24 hours and so on and so on. And if we do this and different activities, would we on the way meet needs of as many as possible and more than they who come and knock on the door? Because I think those who come to the door, they would have found their way anyhow. I'm afraid that those who doesn't come and knock on the door doesn't get any answers to their questions. Maybe they don't know they have a question either. So what is my plan actually? Yeah, I'm going to show you just a couple of short examples. We discovered that giving all student counselors access to the learning platform, Canvas, was an easy way and efficient way to give information about different parts of the career guidance. A couple of years ago, we didn't have that, so we had to go to the teacher and ask, could you please publish this? Or we have to go to the administration, could you publish this? And so on and so on. And even though I have 2 classes, I can publish this for all classes when I have something. So it's quick and easy. And also a way of perhaps meeting more needs. And it's also an easy way to ask for evaluation. Just make a quick Microsoft Forms, 2, 3, 4 questions, and get some response. What happened? Is there sound? Okay. Okay, good. Just trying to be a typical teacher. There has to be some technical issues, right? Yeah. Another example is, of course, do you want a student counselor for lunch? Every Tuesday and Friday from January to April, the student counselors are available for a drop-in the school's cafeteria. And we thought that this was mostly for students in 3rd grade asking for higher education, but it's surprisingly how many students from other classes coming as well. It's questions about everything. So being available at the time they have the question, I think it's also about meeting the needs in time. Because when you're telling about this in October, they're not ready for it. But in February, March, they're starting to be ready. And of course, I had to have a picture of those who didn't want to speak English today. And in June, we arranged a workshop with students, focus on the buttons. Again, trying to test how I think we're having, is it about 100 at a time? 80? Yeah, just testing. How will this work with a big group? So it's a test. And we're testing and we're failing, probably, but we have to evaluate. So what are the big questions and what is the time? Okay, so what are we focusing on now? I think one of the questions are, if we're meeting the needs, should we go one-to-one or should we go in groups? How can we meet the needs of as many as possible? Because, as you know, time is crucial. Should we have them to ask for time, or should we just force them to join a group on having a discussion? We don't know that yet. And of course, for the school, make the entire staff, the teaching staff, responsible for career guidance, connecting this to the classroom. I think it's part of the common language. And we need a discussion about the importance of parents' influence. We don't have parents with lack of ambitions. It's rather the opposite. And I don't think it's about social mobility, but it's about showing a lot of 19-year-old students that you could be something different than an engineer or a doctor. Why should you have all these hard subjects just to have the opportunity? So when we're going to publish something to show the parents what we do, we also have to be aware of what kind of mandate we have according to the parents. Should we challenge them, or how do we cope with this? I guess a lot of you from Kommunen see this as well with the 10th grades, that they want to perhaps be I don't know what I want to be, but that parents have a big influence or friends have a big influence and so on. And of course, when I was reading last week about one of the criteria was keep record of advice given. How do we do that? Should the school have them? Should each student have a kind of book where this is written? I don't know. It should be easy to have them on a computer, but we don't want them necessarily to bring their computers when we're having workshop and so on. So we need a plan for this. I think, no, I don't want to think about it. I just want to say that this is a difficult question. I think this was about it. Yes. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, Brian, first.
No, I just wanted to say a massive thank you. That was really inspiring. Actually, there's some amazing things happening at your school, and it actually reminded me of some of the your big questions reminded me of some of the big questions we ask in our schools still today, all of the time. How do we involve the parents? And some of my schools, we have exactly the same challenge, that the parents have very high aspirations for their children, and they want them to do what their children what they did. Sorry, they want their children to do what they did, but their children don't necessarily want to do that. So how do we I call that sometimes well-intentioned but misinformed. So the parents know what they know, but they don't necessarily know how the system has changed a little bit. I loved it when you said, maybe I just don't want to think about it. There's plenty of times when we feel like that as well. And I love that quote of the open hand or the closed hand. I think what we're doing with careers guidance is trying to make sure there is an open hand to collaboration, an open hand to helping the school become much more outward facing. That's what we would say in England. But the questions that you're asking yourself around the why, I think the why is really, really important. You also said several times about timing. And I think the biggest thing for us is making sure that the provision that we offer the kids in our school is timed to meet their needs. And they've all got different needs at different times. But interestingly, I think we started in the same place as you. We saw lots of young people get to decision point and then panic. Where do I apply? How do I apply? What should I apply for? Oh, I haven't got the grades. I haven't got the experience. And then it's too late. I was wondering, with all of the great things that you've got going on, are they together in one program? No. I had a feeling you might say that. And so that's where I think the framework of the benchmarks could help, because they will help you put it into a program. And it seems to me, without being an expert in the buttons, they seem to me to provide an opportunity to help build a more whole school approach. And I know you said the leaders don't necessarily need to be the people involved, but I think they do need to be the people that say there is a framework here that we want to achieve. So I think there's lots of really good things that you've got going on, and several things that I might steal for some of my schools as well. Let me tell you what we do for the tracking bit, in case it's useful. All of the advice that's given by a careers advisor is recorded on a computer system. Every child gets a copy of an action plan. So what we discussed and the actions that we agreed, that is given to the child, and a copy is sent home if they're under 16, and it's up to the child if it's sent home when they're 16 onwards. And then for the experiences that they've been involved in, like you said, we don't really want them bringing their computers to activities and things. But what we have created is we call it a passport. So it's a digital passport. It's a computer program where they can record the things they've been involved in. So we give a little bit of time at the start of a day, or maybe once a week, to update their passport. And teachers can put in photographs. So if there's been a big activity, you can put in a photograph, and that will appear in every child's passport, and they reflect on why it was useful to them or not. So that's how we dealt with some of that. I'm sure people might have questions for you, though. I'm conscious I've spoken quite a bit there.
Okay, I have a question from someone on the chat here, and perhaps it's to you, or perhaps it's to both of you. You can decide. Which methodology do you use to make the first year students learn to know themselves, their interests, their strengths and weaknesses? So which methodology?
Well, we haven't decided yet. We were talking about you all know the våpenskjold, the weapon shield. Just to make it easy, what's important in your life, what are your interests, what are your skills, and so on? Or should we start with why they chose to go to our school, but then we're back to making choices again, and that's not according to the plan. So to be honest, we haven't decided what kind of methodology yet. But I think the easiest thing is perhaps using some of the exercises that Kompetanse Norge has made.
Skills Norway.
Yeah, Skills Norway. I mean, when I discovered they have these conversation cards and different exercises that are made, I think they will come in handy. I actually used one of those exercises on the staff last week, just testing how this would be on a big group. And they are easy accessible just by going into Skills Norway. And I think you have to make a profile, but then you have them for free and you can print them as well.
Would you like to comment on methodology, Ryan?
Well, I think it will be kind of distinct to each school. I think you've summed it up perfectly. You've got to decide what works for your children in your context. For me, we do similar things. So we'll do careers quizzes, personality quizzes, understanding yourself. We use them not to determine what the outcome will be, but to start the conversation. We do introduce the different progression options very early so that they start from an early age to understand what a university is or isn't, what a technical college is or isn't, what an apprenticeship is. So they've got an awareness of the different routes and pathways that they might be able to take, so that as they are discovering themselves, they can start to think about what is it I might want to do next. And children seem to be interested in jobs of the future. We don't quite know what they are yet. So the skills element becomes really important.
I think before you start talking about, for example, student skills, you have to tell them about the importance of different skills, and that in work life you need all of them. And perhaps when we put together groups, for instance, the youth businesses, the teacher are explaining them how to cooperate with students that had other skills. And that is quite a tough process when they're deciding who to join for a youth business, because in the summer, two best friends probably thought we're going to work together, and one of them decide that no, we're going to be friends and we're not going to have a business together. And there's often tears involved. But you have to explain to them that if you're good at something, you would probably prefer to do that, but there's something else you don't want to do. For me, planning is something I don't want to do. I want to improvise. So when I was making this presentation this morning, running around asking for pictures, some of my colleagues were extremely surprised. But that's the way I work, and I know that there's something missing in this presentation because it was made, right before. But I'm cool with that. I once tried to prepare something a couple of days before, and I forgot what I was thinking. So this was a lot of words. My point was, before talking about skills, you have to show them that all skills are necessary. Thank you.
Okay. You talk a lot about guidance for careers for those who are going up to universities and higher education, but what about guidance for those who want to pick another course than what they're currently going for year 1 and year 2?
I hope you wouldn't ask for that. Of course, that is also a big part of our job. But that is also career guidance. And I thought I was going to say something about the school also have to talk about what is a career. Because when you use the word career guidance, I think a lot of people is thinking about high-paid jobs, but everyone has a career, and we have to talk about career in that way. But when I was talking about students feeling pressure from their parents to choose subjects, guiding them in choosing other subjects is an important part of our job. That was not a good answer to your question, but we don't have a program for what you asked for either. We probably should.
I just have to tell that you are the student here, so we have student involvement in this this day.
Yeah, which is brilliant, and I think from what our students value, and it's a different system, obviously, but they value the opportunity to explore different things, to experience different things ahead of having to make the decision. They then really they have lots of encounters, opportunities, experiences, talks, whatever it might be, but they still need help to make sense of everything that they've heard, and that's the crucial role of the careers advisor, as we would call them in England, the careers counsellor, the careers team, if there's a team of people. So I think I said in my presentation, and I skipped over it, but you need multiple encounters to get to the meaningful ones. And as you said in your presentation, we've got to time that to meet the needs of every child, and that's difficult. So we try to start it early. We try to give lots of information, lots of opportunity to experience things, and then prepare people ahead of their choice.
Yes. Question from Mr. Gibson. Students' involvement is important, yes. And I wonder, does any of your schools use the cooperative learning as a method for learning and students' involvement? Some of our schools in our community, we're starting to implement the cooperative learning methods. And I think that's a great way of involving the students in careers, guidance, and yes, everything about being a great student.
Yeah. Short answer is yes. Long answer is we need to get better at it. So the short answer would be we have our student councils. We consult our student councils in every school about the quality of their careers provision. They feed in. We have an evaluation that every student completes. We have annual aspiration surveys. And so we are constantly listening to the students in terms of what they feel they need, what they like, what they feel works, what they feel they need more of, less of, when things are timed. So in that sense, they're cooperating in the development of the careers provision. But there's a lot more we could do around that.
It's because I was visiting the Kagan Institute in Manchester, teaching about cooperative learning, and I know many schools in England use that method.
The honest answer is I don't know. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say every school is using it. What we find is schools tend to use multiple methodologies. So the idea of collaborative learning, of course, is in every school, whether it's that particular method and to what extent that varies school to school.
Yeah, we have more questions, and we also have a break. So I'll just remind we are going to have a break, so we can take questions also later.
Change, and we all know from working in schools that there will always be resistance to change. How did you get everyone on board when sort of trying or implementing the buttons, but also the benchmarks? Or how do you plan to meet the resistance?
First of all, I think sometimes it's about simplifying things. And the principal standing at the door every day saying, "Hi, have a good day," is starting a culture change. She invited everyone to tell about their good practice. And we're not afraid of showing the good practice. We are 4 people knowing about the benchmark at our school so far. So they don't know about it yet. 5, okay. Yeah. About resistance. Well, isn't it about not giving up? And of course, changing a culture, you need some structure. And our plan so far is to start kind of gentle with the buttons, just showing them off in different times. Get some of the opinion leaders at school on board. And when you have convinced them, a lot of people will follow. And there will always be someone standing at the side. And I won't try to change them. That's not my job. That's why we have leaders. And the leader is reaching up at the back. But there's a break now, Bente. You can't talk. Yeah.
Thank you. It's good to know that our school, we're not totally off then. We're sort of on the same track.
Yeah, we're on the same track. And it's important for me to say that this is not a story about how perfect our school is. It's about what we have started on and what we're trying to do. Because if I was telling about a perfect school, you wouldn't believe me anyway. So.
And I would hate you to think that anything that I was saying was around a perfect school, because they're certainly not. What I would say, sometimes you can fight the resistance from within. The stories are important. I totally agree. Don't overthink it. Start small. You'll probably find that in certain classrooms, certain departments, there's an individual who's already doing some of this stuff, this relevance in their classroom anyway. Share the stories of that. What we did in my school, we appointed, or we found a champion in every department who could be our careers champion. So the person that would start to be doing some of this stuff anyway, and they would show others what they were doing. And we started small and built from there.
Thank you so much, Karl Ole. Thank you. Now we have a break until 11:40. And you can drink as much coffee as you want today, so fill up the cups. Well, then we will continue. Now we will focus on collaboration and networking. We will have a good example from Viken. But first, Ryan, will tell us a little bit about that. We have recently got a national report of focusing on the quality of the career guidance in schools. Trond Buland, one of the scientists, is in our room today. He has written it together with other scientists. And one of the suggestions in the report is networking. So that's one of the reasons why we focus on this today. So I leave the word to you.
Well, thank you again, everyone. And I think the very first reflection that I have is what a powerful network you have already. Look at the people in this room, look at the people that are attending online. There's something happening here around careers, education and guidance that's incredibly exciting. I said when I told you about the Gatsby pilot in England, I remember what I said to my 16 schools at the time. I said, our job is to test these benchmarks and we'll decide whether they work or they don't work. But if we find that they do work, then the potential is for U16 schools to change what careers, education and guidance is like in England for every school. That was the real opportunity. And of course, they went on and were able to do that. And so they were, in my view, our very first careers network around the Gatsby benchmarks in England. And it had a tremendous impact. And what we found right the way through that pilot and since is the importance of networks. So let me share what this kind of looks like in England. The benchmarks, as I said earlier, and as we've heard in other presentations, they're really characterized by two things: a relentless focus on each and every young person, and then a series of multiple meaningful encounters. And those encounters don't always have to be with people. Of course, they can be with employers or universities, but it can also be encounters with information, with workplaces, with advisors. So multiple meaningful encounters. And of course, to be able to provide those encounters, it's great if you're in a network, because you can leverage and use the power of your network to make those encounters happen. Okay, let me share what this looks like in England. So I've said networks are at the heart of the English system. We've got an organisation now in England which didn't exist before 2015 called the Careers and Enterprise Company. And they're now responsible for implementing the English government's careers strategy. So that's their task. England is divided up into different regions or combined authorities and local enterprise partnerships. So essentially areas of local government responsible for the economic and skill development of their region. And each of those regions now has what we call in England a careers hub, so a careers network. And schools are part of that careers network. In fact, it is the careers leader of every school that attends those network meetings. And every network has a network leader, and those network leaders meet together with the Careers and Enterprise Company. So you have local networks, regional networks connected into a national network. Our businesses, as I said earlier, we have an enterprise advisor, a business person matched to every school. And what we do in local areas is bring those business leaders together. So we bring those enterprise advisors together, and they have a network. And that's where we can share priorities in education, they can share priorities in business, and we can make sure our careers programs in schools meet the needs of our students and the wider economy. And I'm from a multi-academy trust, which is a big group of schools across, sometimes in just one region, sometimes across many regions. Mine is a national one across many regions. So they're groups of schools that work together in a network. And every school in England will be part of a multi-academy trust by 2030. That's the English government's new vision. And it's because of the power of networks. Okay, so we know that through by using the Gatsby benchmarks, if you're connected into a network, you achieve more benchmarks. So if you're not in a network, you achieve less. If you're in a network, you achieve more. And if you're in a careers hub network, you achieve even more. And you make faster progress, regardless of your school type. And so we've got different school types on the graph there. So what it looks like for overall, what it looks like for those students who are in an alternative program, those students that are on a technical college, those that are in our secondary schools, and those that have special educational needs. And the most important bars really are the third one along on each. And you can see that when you are in a wave one hub, the very first network groups, they're achieving the most benchmarks. So progress is faster and higher when you're in a network. And that's because career leaders work together, communicate with each other, share challenges, design solutions, and talk about the reality of the situation in their schools. And just as we've heard today, there's some brilliant ideas happening in schools, and other schools can take those ideas away and adapt them if they wish for their school. So being in a network helps you achieve the benchmarks. And I said earlier, there's a new kind of law in England, and this is what schools now have to do around careers. So every school has to have a careers leader, so a person who is responsible for the careers strategy in the school. They lead the careers provision in the school. Their name and contact details have to be published on the school's website so that external providers, parents, know who they are and who they can contact. The school then has to have a careers program, and it has to be a good one because it has to be published on the website for everybody to see. And you have to say how you're going to evaluate that program. And again, the self-assessment, the audit document helps with that. Then crucially, you have to have what we call a provider access statement, a policy. You have to say how external partners will be given access to young people in your school. So how will they know about all of the opportunities that exist? How will they meet individuals that might help them? And when will that happen? And is it timed to meet their needs? And then every child, before they leave school, has the right to have impartial careers advice, so delivered by trained professionals. So that's what every school in England must now do. Let me say a little bit about the networks that exist in my school group. So within Academies Enterprise Trust, I lead the careers provision. So I'm, I suppose, the careers leader for our whole trust. I then have regional career leaders, so people in their schools, still leading careers in their school, but supporting other schools and running their regional network of schools. And then we have the individual career leader who designs the program. So networks within the Multi-Academy Trust, and then networks that link our schools into their local and regional partners, and those regional partners connected together into a national network. So multiple networks. And I said earlier on about having consistent documentation. So it's this consistent documentation that underpins our network. So it is our self-assessment document, every school uses it, and our action plan, every school uses it. What that does is, to the point that was made earlier, it creates a common language for careers. We all know what we need to be achieving, and we can talk about how we're going to be doing it. And often we'll discuss best practice and share what we're good at our network meetings. This is just an example from one of our school websites. So you can see there who the careers leader is. He reports to somebody on the senior leadership team who has strategic responsibility for careers. We have a remarkable guide, like a mentor or a counsellor, and a careers advisor. This isn't typical in an English school. There's quite a few people here. Not every school has this many people to support careers, but in this school they do. And I wanted to show you because they are connected together in a collaborative team. Of course, that careers leader will also sit as part of other networks within the school, and this is how we start to get the careers language out into other either subject areas, departments, into the wider life of the school. So in this case, the careers leader is part of a group here who is looking at the quality of education provision in the school, making sure that careers is represented within that group. And our career leaders have access to training, so internal training within the school, internal training within our trust, but there's now external training that they can take part in, nationally available, including online training. So really important that the career leaders are given access to training so that they can continue to develop their practice. And of course, they also deliver training to the whole school. So I mentioned earlier about potentially having subject champions in each department. And this is a group of departments coming together across the school, and they're looking at Gatsby Benchmark number 4, how we integrate careers learning into the curriculum. So the subject team's meeting led by a careers leader who's starting off those conversations. And we bring the career leaders together into network meetings. This is an example of a regional network meeting. There are 90 schools represented at that meeting. So coming together to spend a day looking at high quality practice, challenges, solutions, opportunities, partnerships, sharing contacts, experiences, problems. They're really great days. These networks are what the career leaders in England value the most. Having time to sit with like-minded colleagues, plan and collaborate. This is what our network meetings at AET, my schools, look like. We have 2 national meetings where I bring all of them together. We do that twice a year. They then have 3 regional meetings. So in between the 2 national meetings, there are 3 regional meetings. We then meet with the enterprise advisor networks, and we have working groups where there are common areas of challenge. And then what proved really useful at the beginning was asking every school to write a very short case study of something great that they're doing. And I collect those case studies together and share them across the network. When we started, we allowed schools just to pick anything great that they're doing, they could share. And then once we knew some of the really good things they were doing, we were able to ask them for specific case studies. So for example, we might ask for a case study on how do you track and record all of the encounters and opportunities and experiences that students have. The school would write up their great practice and I would be able to share it with the entire network. I mentioned before we've introduced or are introducing peer-to-peer review, so getting career leaders trained to become critical friends, to critique the work of other career leaders in a partner school. We match them using information from their self-assessments where they've got strengths. We match to areas where there are weaknesses. And that's a nice, professional, friendly discussion around provision. And so there's a real culture of how can we support each other. They're very open and honest conversations. They're non-judgmental. It's about sharing ideas and asking questions. How we started with that, we asked career leaders to review each other's website. What does it tell us about careers? What impression do I get of your school from your website? Can I see what you're doing in careers from your website? Who leads it? When it happens? What it looks like? So that was the very first thing the peer reviewers did. I showed you lots of data and numbers earlier on. We have 5 progress review meetings with every school every year. So we constantly see where they're at with their audit and their action plan. Are they on track? Have priorities changed? So we review those self-assessments and action plans as live documents. And schools update those 3 times in a year, but formally at the end of every year, so we can chart progress. And then I write a report, not too different to what you've seen on some of these slides. Our governing boards, so the kind of leadership boards of schools, they also monitor the quality of careers provision. And it allows me to produce data like this. So I can say we're making progress in every one of our regions. Our network is having an impact. Our schools are achieving more benchmarks than they were before because of the regional networks that they're in. And that then inspires collaboration between schools in an area. So this is a group of my schools in London. And one school wanted to visit a shared workspace. We discussed it at a network meeting, and actually 5 of the schools wanted to visit a shared workspace. So we created an opportunity for 5 schools to be able to do that. So the students met major employers, they heard about career journeys, they had to design and present a solution to a problem that they were given. So they were meeting employers, experiencing workplaces, doing it with students from their school and with other schools. So, but co-planned, co-created by the collaboration that was inspired from the network meetings. So they have a practical impact on what you do in a school, and it can actually make it easier and faster. It can save you time. So I think the benchmarks are an organizing framework. They don't replace any of the great stuff that you're already doing, but they do, to the point we heard earlier, force you to ask why. Why are we doing what we're doing? And what's the impact of what we're doing? Sometimes that means we need more partners. Sometimes, though, it might mean we need less, because we might need to do less better to achieve more. So can we streamline some of the work that we're doing? And of course, networks allow you to achieve economies of scale. So they can save you time, they can save you money, they can create new opportunities. And I'll explain some of these in a second or two. But virtual reality pilots you can commission and use through a network. You can introduce university coaching, you can create centralized resources. So we use Google Classroom, or we use Google across all of our schools. So we have a Google Classroom for the career leaders. They share resources, opportunities, they ask each other questions, they post questions and respond to them. So career leaders supporting career leaders without having to leave their school. We then collate everything together into one place. So a section on our intranet site dedicated to careers. So all of the resources and links that a careers leader might need to help them do their job in their school. And we were able to, during COVID, we wanted to make sure all of our students accessed high quality careers information. So we were able to introduce one careers platform right across all of our schools. It was called UXplore Start. So an opportunity to make sure students and their parents had access to impartial information. We also launched what we called a virtual careers advice help desk. So careers advisors from across our schools coming together virtually so that parents and students could continue to receive additional advice and guidance should they need it. So they could either contact their school or they could contact this digital service. So this is a collaboration of careers advisors across 8 different schools, providing a solution for 21 schools. And we've developed new approaches on the back of that. So we're able to pilot the use of new technology, virtual reality. We were able to go to, well, we didn't go anywhere, actually. We were able to put headsets on and visit a local college when you weren't allowed to step into a local college or another school. So we could do virtual reality tours. We've looked at our curriculum and we're trying to integrate careers learning into it. Crucially, we're not asking teachers to just do something else, another thing to do. We're not doing that. What we're saying is look at what you're already teaching and look at where we can make it more relevant. So the objective does not change. The learning objective is still the learning objective. So if it's history or geography or chemistry, it's still whatever the learning objective is. But we'll deliver it through the context of the world of work. So we'll make links to key employers where you might be able to use your skills or how what you're learning will apply in a different workplace. And that helps students to not ask the question, what's the point? What's the point in me being in this lesson? So those lesson resources created by teachers in partnership with employers, but supported through a network. We're not asking individual teachers to find these employers. The network finds the employers. This is a group of teachers who, from 5 different schools, it's a group of physics teachers. They came together to plan a unit of physics that they all had to teach in their own schools. So they came together to plan it together, but they did it with an employer on an employer's premises in one day. So the entire group of schools would teach this physics unit this way because the teachers had created it, the network had facilitated it. It was designed with relevance in mind, but it met the curriculum objective. And that's just an example of some of the many kind of projects that and subjects where we've done some of this work. So I think over 50 were created during the COVID period alone. And of course, we now can have employers beamed into classrooms, so virtual encounters, so they can come in. The lady on the left there is a NASA scientist, and she's supported a science lesson at a school in London. So you could see we can bring real people in, and we can take students out, but we can also have a hybrid approach where we've got some real people in and some virtual as well. Crucially, it's all planned by the careers leader and subject leaders together. This is students engaging with employers at a careers fair. I think we heard earlier, sometimes students don't know why they're going to sit and talk to an employer, so we have to help prepare them. We have to help prepare the employers, and then there has to be a follow-up activity afterwards. So it's not just the encounter, it's how the encounter is planned for, how people are briefed, and how it's followed up. It's that combination that leads to greater impact. This is an example of what we would call a business mentoring program. So how do we connect business mentoring programs? So how do we connect students to what the labour market might be changing to become? So this is business people mentoring students about who are interested in technology companies, but not necessarily just technology skills. So you've got business leaders mentoring young people through assemblies, workshops, and one-to-one or small group sessions. And you can see from the quote at the bottom from one of our head teachers, the students are really positive about the opportunity to engage with business. When students had no idea what they wanted to do, this has helped them gain an idea, and actually they're now having opportunities to progress to some leading companies, which they just wouldn't have had if this program wasn't in place. So business leaders mentoring some of our students, and over 4,000 students were involved in that program in the last year. When COVID hit, one of the saddest things I had to do was write letters to schools to say you can't send your students on work experience because business is closed and everybody's going to be at home. I didn't realize it would be for 2 years, but we needed to cancel those placements. But what I didn't want was our students to miss out on that crucial thing of gaining an experience of a workplace. So because of our networks, we were able to work with one large global recruitment agency, Reed Group, and we were able to create a virtual experience which thousands of students could complete. Crucially, we had to replicate the key aspects of a high quality physical placement. So that is making students have live encounters, allowing them to ask questions and receive feedback, real problems set by real employers, and then students getting feedback on their work that they produce from the employer. So we were able to create a 5-day program. Students had an ebook, and it was shared through Google Classrooms. And as I say, they also had a live mentor throughout their week with business. And so again, we were able to create a high quality virtual alternative when it was needed. We obviously want to support progression, and our networks allow us to do that. So we work with organizations like CoachBright, and CoachBright work with current university students, and they support students in what you would call upper secondary school. So they are our students in school are getting connections with students who are maybe 2 or 3 years ahead of them in their journey. We work also with some of our most gifted students who might be going to try to secure a place at Oxford or Cambridge, and they get extra support to explore the admissions process there. And all students take part in the open days, workshops, mock assessments if they're thinking about apprenticeships. And we have a tutoring program to support career conversations at home as well. And using former students as part of your careers program, if you remember earlier, was one of my non-negotiables. So it's so powerful when former students come back and talk to current students. So we collect consent from our young people before they leave for us to keep in touch with them. And then we bring ex-students back to talk about their career journey, what it's like to study an apprenticeship, what it's like to study at university. And we also publish their success stories around our schools because we're proud of what they've gone on to achieve, whether they're a mechanic in a garage or a nuclear physicist at university. As long as they've found they're remarkable, there's a success that we can share. And we heard earlier parents. So we've started to think about parents as another network. So how can we engage parents? We know parents are the biggest influencer of a young person's decision making. They certainly are in England. So we've created resources now to support parents to have career conversations at home. We call it Let's Talk Futures. The first stage of that is to provide them with information. So it's a digital magazine format type approach, something they can flick and read online. That gives them access to information. But we know lots of parents then want to know, what can I do with that? So our career leaders came together to create what we've called do together tasks. So things that parents and children can do together to start to promote conversations at home. And they start really basic. They just encourage that conversation about the future and what exists. So parents then have access to the information. They've now got a scaffold, a framework, if you like, of how they can use some of that information to have conversations. And then they might want to ask questions of experts. And so we have live webinars with expert panels that parents can join. And they can ask their questions about education, the next step, support in school, any financial kind of considerations. So they have an opportunity to do that. So we're developing our support for our parent network as well. And parents have really responded well to that. So we took a lot of time to understand what their needs were and then designed the solution across our network to be able to meet that need. And for me, the most important thing there is the very bottom one. 99% of parents said they now feel more confident to have conversations about careers with their child at home. Feedback from career leaders, and I'm just sharing this because this is a session on networking and collaboration. And the quote at the top is from a careers leader in one of my schools, and it's about the information we created for parents. He said, essentially, thank you so much for making our job easier, because he didn't have to create any of those resources, but he had that need amongst parents. He was able to access those resources because they were created by the network. So all he had to do was share it and promote it, and he's had a tremendous response from his parents in his school. So we're actually saving people who don't have much time. We're saving them time. And employers really value the network. And we heard earlier about the common language that a careers framework can create. Well, employers have said it's schools who are using the career benchmarks are more open to connecting with employers, and it's easier for employers to work with schools. Schools are then open to a wider range of interactions, so they're willing to do more with employers, which allows the employer to promote the diversity of things that happen in their business, which means ultimately pupils get a real understanding of what it's like. So this was a large multinational organization called Accenture. So employers really valued this framework because now they weren't being asked by schools, can you do this or can you do that? There was a clear thing that schools were asking employers to do. And just a mention of social media, the Twitter platform. We give recognition to the people working with us. We do that in various ways. I saw chocolates being handed out before. On Twitter here, we'll promote the businesses. That's what we do. So we thank the people who have been supporting us, and we try to raise their profile. We also celebrate and share news and events. So when things are happening, we celebrate them so that it's much more visible. And it's a great opportunity for professional development as well. So as career leaders in our network or beyond our network are doing things, they post it and everybody else sees it. So again, another opportunity to think about collaboration and networking online. Okay, so as I did before, I finished with some top tips that I think we've learned around what makes a successful network. And leadership, I think, is absolutely key. And that's, you really need to establish your leadership structure for the network and know how you're going to engage leaders at all levels, whether that be from the national to the regional to the school to the career leader. What does that look like? And the network has to have a shared vision. What is it trying to achieve and why? So we heard the why question before. Once you've got agreement around that, you're in a very strong position because you've got leadership and you've got a direction. Then it's about the systems, the structures, and the processes. How will the network work? What are the expectations of being part of this network? How can you commit to this network when you have multiple other challenges? And how will you hear from the network? And how will you interact with the network? So that's communication. What are the communication structures? And if somebody doesn't respond to things, how do we re-engage them? How do we find out why? And then you've got to know if your network is having any impact. So you've got to think about what data you might use, or indeed if you want to use data at all. But for me, it's proven really useful when my bosses say, why do we have regional career leaders? I can show them the slide I showed you, which is about, look at the accelerated progress we make. And we said earlier on that when you're achieving more benchmarks, young people go into more destinations, better destinations. Think about the support that the network will provide and also the challenge. So if a school isn't making progress, what support could the network put in place? And how can the network challenge itself through things like critical friends or other practitioners? And then ultimately, and this is, for me, the most important part of a network, is it should build a community of practice. It should be a group of like-minded individuals who come together to support each other for the benefit of everybody in the network and every child in every school. And if that means you can collaborate, if that means I can do something that helps your school, and I can steal an idea from your school and use it in my school, or we can share case studies, that to me is what a network really is. And that's the kind of network we built in the pilot. That's the kind of network we're building across our schools, and it's having a positive impact. Our network meetings are almost always get full attendance, and we share the dates of those meetings 1 year in advance, so that everybody can commit to those dates. And that's it from me.
Thank you again. I know it's lunchtime now, and we shouldn't, well, let the time go too far from the original plan. But do someone want to say something? Two persons do.
Okay, so almost every college in the UK has their own website. That's obvious. Known for the sixth form colleges, they almost, like every website has the Fast Forward Your Career website, which is a 5-question summary where you can find out your personality and what like lines your personality would fit in. Now, the question is, why was this created, and is it used by every college? Is it like mandatory, or is it just something people add in?
Just say the last bit of that question again, because I seem to have a nosebleed.
The Fast Forward Your Career website, is it mandatory for each college to have it on their site?
Yeah, so every college, every sixth form, every school must have a careers section of their website. So they must have resources for children. They must have resources for staff. They must have the things that I had listed.
Hi. I want wonder if you have some kind of results. Often the discussion about dropout and completion to complete education is one discussion and one research, and then it's another world. You talk about career guidance, and in my head this is connected. Can you say something about that in this pilot?
Yep.
Did you find some results?
Yep, absolutely. And I'm going to mention that after lunch. But what we did see is that the destinations of young people improved as a school achieved more career benchmarks. So I think you run a program, or will be running a program with students who are on an alternative program. In the alternative provision school that I mentioned in the pilot, before they were using the benchmarks, 60% of their students went on to be NEET, not in education, employment, or training. So they didn't go into anything when they left school. By the time 2 years through the pilot, that was being reduced to 8%. And that was tremendous. And I'll share a story after lunch from that school. But we saw the same thing happening in sixth forms, so students who are 16 to 18, more going to university, more securing apprenticeships. Those that were NEET, that greatly reduced. We also saw improved career readiness, so not just destinations, but more ready for their career. And we saw improvements in academic outcomes, although that was difficult to tie just to the careers input.
Well, that was the last words before lunch. So now you can go to the canteen and, well, have a lunch. Have a nice time.
start now to get through our program. And just before lunch, we heard how they do networking in England. And we are quite impressed. A lot to do, a lot of things to learn from, I think. So now, we heard earlier from an upper secondary school in Norway, and now we are going to hear from a network in Norway. And the network we are going to listen to in a few seconds is part of Partnership for Career Guidance Services in a Lifelong Perspective. And we have several agreements on that, so I won't go through that now. And this network is from Sarpsborg, but we had a little discussion here. I can mention that these two ladies, they live in Fredrikstad. So anyone who knows anything about the local rivalry in Østfold, I don't have to say any more about that. So 8 criteria for good career guidance, networking in Sarpsborg. You can introduce yourself more. It's Kristine Jensen Moskvild and Silje Treimo Persen. Please.
Thank you. Yes, I am Silje, and I'm the leader of the network in Sarpsborg. And I'm Kristine, and I work as a career advisor. That's one of my jobs at upper secondary school, where I'm also a teacher. Mm-hmm. I also work at upper secondary schools, so we're colleagues in the network and also in our school. We're going to tell you today a little bit about how we have been working with the network, with the benchmarks in our network. This is still a work in progress, so we would like to have your opinions on, what to do next, maybe, in the end. And if you do have questions while we're talking, just raise your arm and we'll take them as we go along.
And we're glad that you, Karl-Ole, that you kind of said it's okay to say it's not perfect and this is not perfect. We're on our way.
We're on the same page. Yes. I'm not sure that everyone who sees this here or online knows the model of networks in Østfold. So I'll take you through that a little bit first. I think we'll skip right to the model. In Østfold, we have, I still say Østfold, though I know it's Viken, but we're going back again, so for several years, we had a partnership for career guidance in Østfold. The partnership consists of 5 networks. And also, we have the Career Center of Østfold. The Career Center is represented in all of the networks as well. And we are in the Sarpsborg network. And in the Sarpsborg network, we have 6 career advisors from the lower secondary school or the secondary school, and 11 advisors from upper secondary school, and 1 member from the Career Center of Østfold. And we meet approximately 3 to 4 times per semester, so 6, 7, 8 times a year. It differs a bit on what projects we're working on. And also, you need to know today that in the Sarpsborg network, there's also a second group consisting only of the lower secondary career advisors. And part of what we're presenting today is the work they have done with the framework for the subject careers education, or utdanningsvalg, as we know it in Norwegian. So that's why you need to know about this group as well. One of the goals for the network is to try to make the career guidance provided as equal as possible for the students in our region. That is one thing that we work with a lot. So it shouldn't matter which school you attend. If you are at Hafslund School or at Sandbakken School, or if you are at Greåker, where we work, upper secondary school, or at Borg. It should be relatively the same. And we think that the 8 benchmarks from this book helps us to do that. Is this right? Yes, so this is the base, the book that I've seen a lot of people here have, written by Tristram Hooley and David Andrews. And I'd like to take you through the process and what we have done so far with implementing the benchmarks. It all started in meeting all the networks from the different cities. They have a steering group. And in the steering group is the network leader and guide, and a member from the municipality. And we had a meeting with Guide and me and in my group then in June 2019, when Guide told me about this book and this framework. And I thought it was a very good idea. We have been thinking for some time in the network what to do next. We had a long period where we focused a lot on CMS, and we felt that we had worked on that from like every angle. It's not like a work that you finish, but still, we felt we wanted to do something else as well. So Guy suggested this. Could this be a project for you? And I started reading the book and found out that, yeah, let's try this. And I also discussed it a bit in the network. So the network started the process in September 2019.
Yeah, and then we all got a copy of the book, each schools and all the counselors, so that before we started working, we could have the same understanding and speak the same language, even though that's English in the book. So we needed to do a bit of translating. We needed to translate the benchmarks into kriterier, and we needed also to translate the concept into Norwegian conditions and the Norwegian school system. And then we started working, and we started working by making a system of the activities that we already do. And we did this in groups with counselors from different schools and different levels of education. And that raised our awareness of our similarities, what we all do. And this is a group we've been working together for a long time, but this system actually did that we found out some things we didn't know. Oh, do you do that? Oh. So it raised our awareness and to similarities and differences, and also in how much career guidance the students get on the different schools. After we reviewed this and talked about it and sort of established the language, I had this plan. You know, there's 8 benchmarks. Starts with number 1. I was like, let's start with number 1. So we started off trying to make a careers plan. And I realized that that was really not a good way to do it. Because if you look at the benchmarks, if you have all the others in place, you kind of have a plan. So if you haven't started yet, I recommend do not start with number 1. Start with one of the others. So that was like one step forward and then one step back. But after that, we took 1 or 2 benchmarks on each meeting. Of course, the networks also work with a lot of other stuff. So we took it like in between when it fitted. And I tried to relate it to careers activities that was coming up. For instance, the benchmark with meetings with employers and work experience. We took that in front of the arbeidsuke that you all know when the students go out and work. So then it was kind of linked together with what we were actually working with to make it like more hands-on. And we did this for a couple of years. And then in September 2021, we had this seminar for 2 days where we took it all together. We co-wrote a document. And that was a start. This document was a start on a report on the work we have done with the benchmarks. So, yeah, it took some time, but we got it done. It was said here earlier that you meet some resistance when you present something new. Change isn't always in a group of people like everybody saying, yeah, let's change. Yo, new stuff, bring it on. No. So it was a demanding process, but I think it was a good thing that we had the book and that we all could read it. And I did some translating. We did some translating in the group so that it would be understandable for everybody. Because that was also, oh, it's English. I don't like English. You know, I read very well in English, but to make it make easy access for everyone, we tried to translate it. And it's said that bottom up is often easier when it comes to change or implementing new things. And it was only partial bottom up because it was a guy who came with the idea and then to me, and then I brought it to the network. But still, we had already seen that there were elements that needed improvement. So most of the people in the network, they were very pro and thought that this was a good idea and saw the benefits it could give us as a network. So, but yeah, so it wasn't all smooth all the way. And I'm kind of impatient. So I have to say, things take time. I thought in the beginning that we would have worked through all of this in maybe a year, 18 months, and we're still not done. So I needed to be a little bit more patient. And of course, there was this pandemic. You've heard of that. That also set us back a bit. But I also think it is important to let it take time so you can have all the members of the network with you and don't just rush forward and, yeah, take the time it takes. Okay. A little recap, sort of. What have we done? So we worked through all the benchmarks in different ways of work. A lot of group work with the upper and secondary, lower and upper secondary schools together, working together. We have looked at the already existing career activities in light of the benchmarks, connecting activities and the benchmarks, seeing where we do a lot of things on some benchmarks and others there's need for a lot of improvement. And we have also discovered and written down what we in the network believe that we are missing to reach the benchmark fully. And as Christine mentioned as well, we have seen that there are large differences between the schools, maybe especially in the upper secondary schools, because some of the schools have a lot of yrkesfag, vocational, yes, vocational education. And they do have a lot of career activities in the curriculum when they're out working or, you know, building a house or whatever they do at school. That is career guidance, sort of. But where I work with a music program. Not that much of career guidance. So we've seen a lot of differences. But we've also seen a strength in looking at the differences because then we can learn from each other. And then there's one thing that has also been done and that's implementing the 8 benchmarks in the framework for the subject selection of education. And that is what this group has done. So it's not like not the complete network. But Christine is represented in that network, so she'll tell us about that work. Yeah. Yes, I'm in that group together with counselors, career advisors from lower secondary school in Sarpsborg, and the representative from Sarpsborg municipality, who also leads the work with the framework, or rammeplan på norsk, for utdanningsvalg. So why do we have a local framework, or why do we have rammeplan? That's to secure similar practice in the different schools. And it functions also as guidelines for those teaching the subject, career education or selection of education. That can be career advisors, but it's also other teachers teaching that subject. And it's also a place where we gather the agreements made with external partners, such as upper secondary schools, local business, private and public workplaces. Yeah. And it was time to renew the framework. And why was that? Because in Norway in 2020, we started a process with curricular reform. So that kind of initiated our work with evaluating the framework in Sarpsborg. And since we had started in our network working with the Gatsby Benchmarks, I don't think it was a big discussion if we should include them in the framework for the lower secondary schools. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, that was quite easy, convincing. So we had leadership support from the school owner level going into that process. And we already had the common language and the common understanding when we renewed and evaluated the framework. And working with this plan, this local plan for the subject, we really worked most with number 1 and number 4, making a plan and the curriculum for the subject education. What did you call utdanningsvalg? Career guidance subject. Yeah. Glemt navnet. Choosing education, yeah. And what we did was we started here as well, linking activities that we already do to the curriculum for the subject, to the aims, learning outcomes, and to the benchmarks. So this is an example of how we did that. We named an activity, arbeidsuke, where the children go out to work for a week. Connected that to the aims of gaining knowledge in different ways, and then to the benchmarks experience of workplace. So this is an example of the work we did. And I think we can say that we identified many activities that we could link to benchmarks, but we still have many key criteria to fill in and check out to fulfill all the benchmarks. Ja, jag tror du ska få ta. Okej. So that was implementing the benchmarks in the framework, or selection of education. And the last thing we've done then is to write this, to make this report that show what we have in place and what we need to work with more. Today, when we talk about the benchmarks, it's a natural part of the language in a network. It's a natural thing when we try to link it, when there comes questions about new activities or different things that we want to do. So it's being internalized, yes, more and more. And I really like that, because then it gets like under the skin on people, and they start using it in their daily life. But this is, of course, the career advisors in the schools, because we have identified some things that we think we need to work on more, and come with suggestions if you have any. We do see a lack of leadership support. The headmaster in my school, she doesn't really know a lot about this. She's like, I trust you, Silja. You do a good job. Keep on doing it. Yes. But then it's not like a part of the school. It's not integrated in the school. So we do see a point there. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like a bit about the support through the people who are actually doing the guidance advising. Like, how do you follow up on the people that deal with this?
On the career advisors? Yeah. We do follow in the network, as we do talk a lot about the activities that are coming, and we share everything that we do. Like we have, as you talked about earlier, the karriereknappene, the career buttons. Now we're working with them, we're sharing different, what do you call, models and how we work with them. And then, so that's a way, but we do not have like an evaluation. No, so that's also missing. And it's good that you said something, because we are missing the students as well. They're not in here.
Yeah, that's follow-up. Maybe a work group could be an idea for your area, to actually get some students from the school and a few teachers, or maybe the leadership themselves, to make a group to find out what's working, what's not working, and how can we make this better.
Yeah, thank you. That was really, really good. It's a good thing we should try. Yeah. Yeah, and back to leadership support, really. At the lower secondary school in Sarpsborg, like I said, we do have leadership support from the school owners. And now it's time that we take this plan and make it known to more than this little group that made the plan. We have to go back to the different schools and making a steady careers program for each school. And now we have a good foundation for that job. And I believe that we also worked really good on structuring and making a system of the activities and how we work on the subject, career education. But we have a great potential in working together with other teachers in other subjects. Mm-hmm. We also see that we need regularly evaluation, not only of do the program work, but also like keeping it up, so that, because after September, I felt a bit that we were a bit drained with all the benchmarks. We've done this massive job and we need like sort of a break. So we haven't had it that much in focus this 6 months past this spring. But it's important to like keep it up regularly through the year. So although we had 2 meetings now where we didn't even mention the benchmarks, they will be subject in every meeting, so we don't forget them and keep it warm. Yes. We did have, as I said in the beginning, the network is one of the aims for the network is to make sure that it's equality in the career guidance in Sarpsborg. But we also see that it's not possible to make it like exactly the same. The schools are so different. Some are small, some are large, some out in the countryside, others in the middle of the city. So we see that it's got to be, as you also said in the beginning, the methods needs to differ a bit from the different schools. But we have agreed that there are some things that all the schools need to do. For instance, we have this agreement that all the upper secondary schools should attend utdanningsmessa. And all the lower secondary schools should have arbeidsuke. So there are some things that are absolute and some things are optional, or you could use other methods to reach the goal. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah. Any other questions or inputs?
Yes, thank you for an interesting presentation of your network. I work at skoleeiernivået, and I was wondering, you presented the networks for Østfold. Are the other networks working with the benchmarks as you do, or is this only in Sarpsborg? Maybe you know the answer.
I do know the answer. They're all here, so. But yes, they do. They do work on the benchmarks. The thing is that we're maybe a little bit ahead of the others, but yes, they do work on it. We also have meetings, the network leaders. We do have 2 times per 6 months. We meet up, and then benchmarks has definitely been on the agenda for those meetings. So they are following along.
Thank you.
Okay. More questions? Ryan want to have a word with us?
Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. I think you're achieving incredible things. I think it's an inspirational network. My question was around your local framework that you've created. How did you, or how will you get school owners and leaders to use the framework? Yeah.
I think we as career counselors, we have to do a great job and to inspire the other teachers and leaders. But we're also going to meet the leaders of the schools in a meeting and explain to them how important it is to have this system. Yes, and of course we have to make them read the report. Not only send them to them, but like insist on getting some feedback, have some follow-up questions so that we know they read it. And yeah, we are planning on having like a not huge, but a meeting with everybody. So and also on the school owners in the county, because Geir is a representative for the county, but he's not the school owner. He's more
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was doing a similar thing in England. It was bottom up, definitely for us, partially. And then we had a challenge of, okay, how do we get the schools to use this great thing that we think schools are starting to value? You mentioned kind of a subgroup, the curriculum reform kind of group. Do you have, are there other groups as well working on other projects?
No.
In your network? No.
No, I don't think so. No. There are just the network and that subgroup that are, yeah.
So I think when I was running the pilot in England, there were common challenges that seemed to emerge. How do you engage those with special educational needs, or if our schools are in a rural area, their challenges might be different. So we set up kind of little subgroups to look at specific issues that schools were facing as well. So I was just wondering if there was anything like that.
That's
might come in the next.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because there are variations in the schools. Yeah, definitely.
And final question. I feel like it's an interview. I'm sorry.
No, come on.
Is the if a school in your network is struggling with its careers provision, how does the network support?
First of all, we try to explain how we do, or the schools that do things that work. How did they do it, and why does it work at their school, and what's the connection to the leadership in the school, for instance. And also we have examples that we work at a large school, and we do these career activities. For instance, we have every year universities coming to the school, having this day where the students can go and talk to representatives from the university. And then we invite the smaller schools, that to our school, to come and join in. So try to support each other in that way, including in the work.
Do you ever have schools who don't want to be part of your network?
No, because it says in the agreement that every school should be represented at the meetings. You have to. It's an agreement that's Guy has made.
Yeah, and I think we all appreciate being in the network. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. As I said in England, it was when I was in a school, it was my favorite thing to be in a network. And when I run a network, it's been the best thing in all the schools.
And in the lower secondary schools, they are very alone, because there's only one advisor. So if they do want to engage with other people within the subject, so they need to come to the meetings.
That's exactly the same. In England, the careers leader or the careers advisor would be one person in a school, and they would feel very alone, isolated, not sure if what they were doing was right. So the network was the best thing.
Yeah, definitely.
And it sounds like your network is an amazing network.
Thank you. Yeah.
I can add something to that, because as they've already have said, we have written agreements, and in that agreement it says that every school should be represented at the meetings with a career guidance counselor. So when, for instance, Silja meets with a representative from Sarpsborg municipality and me as a representative from the county council, we can ask Silja, do people attend your meeting and take part in the network? And if they shouldn't do that, she can report that, and we have the possibility to use the school owner's authority to tell the head teacher that your school have to step up.
Yeah.
And also there is a possibility for Silja and her colleagues in their respective steering groups to take up if they should have any problems in their work, and hopefully get support from the school owner. That's the plan eventually, to support the work that they do, but also I call it the strategic level, this steering group. And Silja is part of Foot in Each Camp. She is in the meetings with the steering group, but she also is at the operative level, which is the networks themselves.
And would it be the steering group that decides what the network should focus on, prioritize?
Yes, that's a good question, I would say, because when we started it, we had some sort of discussions, and we said that there should be some kind of autonomy. We shouldn't just come and slap it in their heads, do this, do that. There is opportunity for the networks to present, we think this is important to work with, but it also works the other way around. As over the years, me, myself, for instance, I've said to different networks, we need to do more with the world of work, not, for instance, only education part of it, but also the world of work. But I think we more or less have a dialogue, and we find it out together. But the steering group sort of are presented the plans that Silja and her network, and the same with the other networks, have made up, and then present them, and we can add something or perhaps take some out of it, and then sort of this plan is approved, so go on with it. So it's kind of, myself at least, I will look at it as a supportive environment.
Definitely, definitely. And it's, I don't know what's called in English, but it's like it's an open door environment. You can always, I can call, guide, and ask him questions, and vice versa. And also in the network, we have like chat groups where you can like easily ask questions. It's easily, since we know each other so well, you could just call people up, and if you have questions or are stuck in a case or something. So it's really good. I started actually in another network as a career advisor in a lower secondary school, and it was a very lonely job. But then I was welcomed into the network, and it was so much easier because then I knew I had faces. It's much easier to call people and ask difficult questions if they have a face and it's not just a name. So that really, really helped me when I started off as a career advisor. Yeah.
So actually, we have a representative from another steering group from the municipality, and you're going to meet him more later today and tomorrow. And he has already asked 2 questions. So we are represented from both the municipalities and the county council here today.
Anything else? I just wonder, is there anyone here now not asking a question because it's in English? Because if you do have a question in Norwegian, I could translate it for the streaming and for Ryan and for everyone. Everyone's comfortable with English. That's good. Yep.
Yes, Ryan, have you given the feedback you wanted to give? And,
yep.
Yeah. Then,
thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it.
Sjokoladen der også. Ja. Ja, tusen hjertelig takk igjen. Veldig bra.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, Randi, what shall we do now? We are ahead of the program, but we also perhaps could keep on staying ahead of the program for the rest of the day. Shall we continue with Ryan and take the stage, Ryan? Så ja, det greit. So I hope you have gathered that we have the different angles here today. We have the upper secondary school, and now we have a network working cross-sectoral, sort of. And last but not the least, I hope, for my own part anyway, we shall now move on, and I'll just give the word over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gail, and thank you for that tremendous presentation. I think we finished that last presentation thinking about the importance of leadership and how we'll engage leaders and what leaders enable us then to do if we have their support. So I'm just going to give you a very quick tour of some of the learnings that occurred in England around the importance of leadership. And essentially, we've heard it since the very first presentation this morning. We've all got to decide why career guidance matters, why it matters to us, why it matters to our school, our region, our nation, etc. And in its simplest form, you have the individual has career guidance inputs. In my view, they're described by the career benchmarks. As a result, the individual develops career management skills and knowledge. That means they make more informed decisions about their future study or training. That leads to them securing the best possible destinations for themselves. And hopefully it leads to a career that is financially, socially, emotionally rewarding. It leads to happy people in an ideal world. Back in 2015 in England, we weren't in an ideal world. So there was also well, there were several reasons. There were economic reasons for needing to review career guidance provision. And so in 2015, the British Chamber of Commerce did several surveys with business and industry leaders. And they basically said that education was not effective in preparing young people for the world of work. Interestingly, in one of the surveys, 100% of the businesses said it was the provision for careers, advice and guidance that should be reformed. And when they were asked what should those reforms include, and remember this survey was before the Gatsby benchmark pilot, it said students should be given experiences of workplaces and increased encounters with employers and employees, and that should be the priority in the reforms. And then future surveys said students lacked essential business skills and they just weren't ready for the workplace. At the same time, the labour market presented challenges. So there were lots of vacancies, over 700,000 vacancies. Self-employment, entrepreneurship, they were really vibrant. In fact, they'd never been more vibrant. There was a real need for higher professional and managerial skills, as well as replacement demand in technical areas. Yet youth unemployment was still higher than average. And many young people just didn't know what was available to them. They didn't know what those opportunities were. There was a report done through the National Citizen Service, an organisation in England, and that told us that teenagers in the poorest parts of England felt that where they lived had a real negative impact on their life chances, which is incredibly sad. And then a child of a working parent who's in a higher professional job was 20 times more likely to end up in a similarly high status role than somebody who didn't have that family connection. Prince Charles in England has a trust, and the Prince's Trust work with young people. And in 2017, this report told us that 60% of young people felt it was harder to get a job now in 2017 than it had been a year ago. They felt traditional goals like a steady job was an unrealistic ambition, and nearly a third of them felt out of control of their lives, with 20% of them feeling they just couldn't change the circumstances that they were in. And nearly 40% felt that they might, they were worrying about coping when they did have to progress into the world of work. And so career guidance isn't all about social mobility, but it is important. So in its simplest form, if young people and their families know more about the options that are available to them and the routes to those different options, then they are going to have a better idea, a clearer idea of the routes to more and better jobs. At the same time, we had a look on Twitter, so online, and there was there's a lady there who's known as the Careers Defender, and she summarised the state of careers education in England as having to move from a 20th century careers education provision, which you can see at the top, to a 21st century provision. And essentially, what she's saying is you need to go and move away from a series of one-off activities. You need to move away from a lack of coordination, and you need to move away from just doing something to students and move much more towards how staff are empowered, how children are at the centre of the provision, and how careers learning is embedded everywhere across the school. And then I'm going to share with you next one of my favourite tweets that the same lady sent, and it was how to do the benchmarks and still not do a good job. And the reason I share this with you is because if you treat the benchmarks just as a tick box exercise, it won't have the impact that you're looking for. That's why I said at the beginning, don't be afraid to start at zero. Your stable careers program, she described as a slapdash program with very little thought. Personal guidance that relies on unqualified people. Experiences of workplaces that are poorly planned with no follow-up. So how to do the benchmarks and still not do a good job. And that's why leadership is absolutely crucial, the checks and balances that you might put in place. So we know through the pilot, and I've said this earlier on, that schools are able to make rapid progress towards achieving the benchmarks, but that progress is much more rapid if the careers leader is a member of the school leadership team, or if they report to somebody on the school leadership team who has responsibility for careers work. And if everybody is using the same framework, it's very easy to target improvements in schools, develop the common language that we heard about, and that can happen to support every school in every context, no matter how large or small or where they're located. And the career leader role, and I'll say a little bit about the career leader role in England in a moment. We took a lot of our thinking from what Sir John Holman saw when he went to the Netherlands and the role of the school decaan. So that was a leader of systematic school-wide career guidance. And interestingly, that person's office was right next door to the head teacher, right in the centre of the school. Essentially, the individual was empowered and supported and valued, and were a central part of helping the school achieve their mission. And they were involved in the key student-led decisions. So in England, we said every school has to have a careers leader. And at the time, there wasn't a definition of what the career leader is. And some schools said, okay, you can be the careers leader. And other people in schools said, I want to be the careers leader. And what we have now is a clear framework of what the careers leader is expected to do. We didn't have that back in 2015 or 2017. Essentially, there are 4 themes around leadership, management, coordination, and networking. And there are a number of things that they have to do. It's not a final list, but you could see there that the words of advising, implementing, planning, reviewing, tracking, maintaining, managing, reporting. And so some people who were already involved in the careers system didn't want to become the careers leader. They wanted to stay as the careers advisor, career guidance counsellor. Others did want to be the careers leader. And now the careers leader role is an advertised role in English schools. So you apply to be a careers leader. So there were challenges around that. And what does a careers leader do? Well, and forgive me for this next slide because there are lots of words on it and I don't expect you to be able to read them. I can't. The reason I'm showing it is this is the job of the careers leader. It takes you to every part of the school. I call it the careers leader head on one page because that is everything that I have to be involved in my school. So quality assurance, working in partnerships, accountability, delivery, strategy, working with staff. And I put audit, self-assessment, self-evaluation. So the careers leader goes to every area of the school and works with partners from well beyond the school. And the purpose of showing you this isn't to intimidate you or anything like that. It's just to give you a sense of the breadth of the career leader role and how it developed in England. So, but remember, I did condense that into 4 words: leadership, management, coordination, and networking. It's much easier as 4 bullet points, but sometimes on a daily basis, it feels a little bit like that. And so school leaders, school owners are absolutely vital in this system. And I said earlier, in England, it was a bottom-up approach, just like we just heard. But we did need to get school leaders on board. And so, as again, Sir John Holman says, you need that Structures Careers programme, which has the explicit backing of the school principal and their senior management team, their leadership team. School leaders appoint and empower the person who will then be responsible for leading the careers provision in the school. And ultimately, that person, the careers leader in England, has the responsibility for implementing the approach in their school. That will help the school turn its vision into its reality. And another slide that you won't be able to read the words of, but there's an example of a careers programme in England. So it's structured, each year group, so each age of child, what they will do each month right across an academic year. And we get to those activities through the framework I showed you earlier of our intended learning outcomes by the age of 14, by the age of 16, by the age of 18. What would we expect our children to be able to know and do? So this is an example of a careers programme published on a website from a school just outside of London. And so the best analogy I have is of the careers leader being the conductor of the orchestra. So they can't be expected to do every single activity themselves. But what they do is they make sure that every part works together and that it's planned and delivered effectively to form that coherent whole. So that is the work of the careers leader. So not to do everything, but to be able to bring everything together. And just before lunch, we were asked, what's the impact of this been? What's the impact of this work? What's the impact of leadership? In England, we have a destination measure. So schools publish the destinations of their students. So where do they go when they leave us? And we know that as a school achieves more benchmarks, the likelihood of continuing in education, employment or training increases by 1.5% per benchmark. So if you achieve all of the benchmarks, you get a 10% improvement in your destinations. So 10% fewer students per cohort ending up not in education, employment or training. And the uptake of apprenticeship pathways, for example, is higher because of the use of the benchmarks. I said earlier, businesses are finding it easier to engage with schools, and schools are finding it easier to engage with businesses. So you can see that now schools have lots of links with employers. The vast majority of English schools have lots of links now with employers. You can also see in several places lots of evidence that shows that schools using the benchmarks see increased motivation and performance of students. So changes in aspiration. I said we tracked the aspirations of our students every year. So we look at their future study choices and the choices they make. We see students who are more motivated. We see students who are starting to achieve better grades because of the relevance of what's being taught in the classroom and how it links to the world of work. And we're starting to see, we measure career readiness. So we use a tool provided by the International Centre for Guidance Studies, and you can measure the career readiness of young people. So all improvements that I think we'd all like to see in all of our contexts. And young people are noticing the difference. So satisfaction, and this comes from an English government survey from the Department of Education in England. So satisfaction with the amount, timing and suitability of careers guidance when you look at 18 and 19-year-olds in 2018 compared to those in 2009 is much improved. And so I wanted to share with you a letter that I received when I was running the pilot. And this letter comes from a parent of a student who was in the pupil referral unit. So a student who had been excluded from the mainstream education system in England. And she told me she hated school and she'd never contacted a school before. So she said, today I'm one very proud mother. Today Luke completed a week of work experience at a company called Unipress. I've not witnessed this sparkle in him for such a long time. I've listened intently each morning to each evening to the day's news and loved it almost as much as I love my son. His self-esteem and just the way his outlook has changed is astounding. His self-confidence has rocketed, not only due to this past week, but also thanks to visits to the gym. So not only developing muscles, but character too. Thank you for helping me to allow my son to grow, for giving him these opportunities and for believing in him. I'm in awe of the changes I see before me. Many thanks. Now that's a parent I've never met. That's a parent who'd never met me. I'm not from that boys' school, but she found me and sent me that letter because of the work her school had done through the network they were in the original Gatsby pilot. And that's the same school where the NEET figure reduced from 60% to 8%. So real impact in real homes for real people. And so as we kind of come through COVID, we know that youth underemployment is going to cost the UK many billions of pounds. And so what is really encouraging is school leaders say careers guidance is more important than ever. Yes, they've got lots of other priorities, but they know the importance of this now. And students themselves feel that if they've got a good level of career support, they're happier than those who don't feel they have it. So what's the impact of leadership then? I think in the original pilot that I ran, the UK Commission for Social Mobility, a government commission, said that careers provision in the pilot schools and in the pilot region had been transformed from some of the worst in England to the very best. And that was because of the framework of the benchmarks and the network and work of the schools. Academic outcomes in the pilot schools improved, career readiness improved, destinations improved, not in education, employment and training, progression decreased. So more children were in the right destinations. Parents were getting in touch to say they were inspired. Employers felt they'd got new, strategic, highly focused ways to work with schools, so no time was being wasted. Schools were becoming much more outward facing. They were all using a consistent framework. The new national careers strategy required every school to use the benchmarks, and now every school has a right to be part of a careers hub. And the careers leader role was created, and it's been increasingly valued by those school leaders. So sometimes when you're working with school leaders or owners, they want to know what the impact of this work will be. What is the value that we will get from it? And so I think more than just the social value, there's lots of educational value as well. Thank you. And that's me.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Yeah, we'll spare the comments to later. Now we have a break to 10 på halv? Yeah, 20 minutes break. Vi har knepet inn litt tid, så vi regner med å trolig avslutte før den oppsatte sluttpunktet for dagen. Well, we just heard from Ryan before the break, the importance of the school owner and leaderships. And now Randi and I are going to put our heads on the block in front of Ryan. But he's, I don't think he will chop off our heads afterwards, so we'll just proceed. So we are going now to try to tell you what we have done, what we are doing. As honest, it was someone in this morning said, you should be honest, tell what you do, not try to paint some unrealistic picture. So we'll go for that. Should you say something now, Randi? So please go ahead.
No, that's what we're going to do. It's also important for us to share what we are doing and thinking. We found that it would be important today. So maybe now you also have an answer to this question. This is our answers, our thoughts, but maybe you think you agree with us. But we, as you have heard today, it's a good description of what career guidance in schools should be to be good, and we have been searching for that. I will tell a little bit later about how my story with this has been, but we had been searching for this systematic way of working with it, and when we got to know it, it was like seeing the light or something. You should have seen me in January 2019. I was very excited when I read the book. Yes, we can take one and yeah.
Yeah, so I think for the benefit of Ryan, we should try to tell him what it reads. Perhaps you have been there so long now, Ryan, that you get the point. But well, some of it Randi has already said, but the criteria or the benchmarks rather are recognizable for the career guidance field. This is not something new from another planet. This is things we actually are doing already. And it's concrete, hands-on, easy to understand. And schools can assess themselves how they range according to the benchmarks. And also for myself, underline this is a systematic approach. That's really great. And I think you should gather that from the last line there. Okay?
So we were invited to a workshop at Lillehammer in March 2019 with the authors of this nice book that some of you have next to you. And you were lucky to go there. I couldn't go as planned, but we met later because we were both in Oslo in another meeting, and we spoke about this because both of us had this inspiration, was inspired by this, and then we decided that we wanted to cooperate with this about this. And we also have directly translated Blown Life in a national network of people working having almost the same role as us in the counties in Norway. So we prepared a presentation for this network in June the same year, both because we wanted to share, but also we wanted to check out how they would respond to it. Was it only us that was inspired by this, or was it also something for the rest? And they were also very well inspired. It was a good start. So then we had this relation already with Tristram Hooley from March, and then we decided to arrange a workshop with some participants from Trøndelag and some from Viken. So we invited some schools to come to Gardermoen to listen to him for one day. And the schools from Trøndelag that were picked, that were schools that had shown me a special interest for working holistic and systematically with career guidance. So they were invited to come. Well, what do you want to say about?
Something more about that. No, we had this workshop, and we have heard, I think at the school visit yesterday, we heard that people here were really inspired by that workshop at Gardermoen. And I think there was 40 to 50 people there, and then a lot of more people got to know about it, learn about the benchmarks. And of course, we also already mentioned this morning that we had meetings on Teams, of course, with John Holman, Beth Jones, and Tristram Hooley, who, well, guided us to the very persons who are sitting in front of us now, Ryan Gibson, and the really good guidance they have there in this Gatsby Foundation, I must say. Yeah, and then we started with a self-evaluation, we call it leaflet. It's supposed to be digital, but that work is not completed.
It's more kind of an audit. You used the word audit, so we started because I remember that Sir John said to us, you have to start with working with an audit. That's important. And we started with it, but we found out maybe that the timing, well, maybe was it was too early. Maybe we know that we have to do it and will do it, and we have also had workshop with the national network to show what we had. Well, the first part of it, and we will continue it, and so maybe it's time also for an involvement of other peoples too in this work.
Yes.
So we will also discuss how to involve others in this working with this tool or audit.
Yes, I think it will be relevant to talk with network leaders and others, both in Viken and Trøndelag, and also with Sarpsborg, who has planned this presentation for the head teachers and so forth. So we can be in dialogue with the career guidance field, actually, about this.
Yes. And we also, as you know, we have got this national quality framework for career guidance. And that's its sektorovergripende. It's for all the sectors in Norway, working with career guidance in Norway. But this framework is special for schools. So we wanted to tell about that and to discuss it with them. So they also should know that we were inspired by this so it was. It's important also when the focus on quality is so big in Norway now. So we think it's important to have this dialogue with them. And also last week they were together with us in this national network.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I guess perhaps we'll say something about the report later today or at the end of the day, but in this report on the quality of career guidance services in school, it's also referred to the Gatsby benchmark and the research from England, who says it's a very good thing to have this sort of framework, or rather benchmarks.
Yes, and well, we have spoken about the audit, but we spent one day and also had a scientist from the what do you call it? Høgskolen I Innlandet. Innlandet University College. Yeah. Innlandet University College. Toril Skjulstok. She's spent some hours together with us just to give some comments, input to the work. And then we were invited to tell about the work and to Nordland fylkeskommune of Nordland County. So we did. It was a big digital conference in the whole county there. And many of you also joined this webinar with Ryan in November 21, focusing on benchmark 4, because then you had told us in the dialogues we've had many dialogues on Teams during the last 2 years. And then you told us about your work with the benchmark 4. So you shared that with us. And we know that many of the participants were really inspired. We have a colleague in Oslo. It was before and after this webinar for him. So that's very good. And he works in an upper secondary school, so he can use it and work with it every day. So, and now we're here, 3 days with you. Ryan Gibson here. And as you maybe can understand, it's very nice for us that we have reached the point that we could invite both you and Ryan and also the rest that are not here, but on the screen, follow us on the screen, that we could invite to this and do this today. So you had this summary.
Yes, a summary. Many years ago, then it was called Østfold. We had this education for career guidance counselors. I took part of it, and we had this book that was very practical, a practical sort of handbook with different methods you could use in your day-to-day work. And in the first pages, it was quoted, okay, you learn a lot about career guidance services, what they're supposed to do and so forth, but what shall I actually do then when I'm doing counseling? What should I do? So this book about methodology was supposed to give an answer to that. What should you do? But we who work for the school owners, what should we do to make the career guidance services good in schools? Hands-on, what should good career guidance in school consist of then? And for us, so far, one answer to that is clearly the benchmarks. That's very practical, easy to understand, systematic. And as I said, if you're a career guidance counselor and you wonder, am I really doing a good job or am I doing the wrong things? But if you know that you have these in place, then you can sleep safely. You're on the right track. So that's one way to organize it and to have this content of the services in schools. Okay, should I continue? So Randi and I does a lot of work together, but we also work in our separate counties and have slightly different approaches to the context. That's the career buttons, you know, me in context. That's where we are now. So Randi will be my HEP lady, or should you change the slide? So first, I would like to say that what we have done in Viken County Council, you have to see it in line with what we have done with Trøndelag. It's a corporation, and of course things are connected. So in making this presentation, I was trying to figure out how should I approach this to tell people what we are doing. And one way is to try to put it in different boxes. Some of the work you have done, or perhaps a lot of it, is actually to inform and to tell people about what is this benchmark thing, and what can be achieved by applying them to our schools. So it's like with the service itself. If a person don't know that this service exists, the persons don't access the service itself. You have to know about it. So that's a place to start. So a lot of the things we have done in Viken is to inform. We have heard something about that earlier today in the steering groups, in the networks, different settings. I once wrote a blog in the Career Guidance website to spread the information. And also we have bought a book, the Career Leader Handbook, and handed it out to the different networks. And also, as we heard from Sarpsborg, the ladies from Sarpsborg/Fredrikstad, there are a lot of things going on in the networks. In all of the networks, there are several other networks leaders here who are also working with the networks themselves. So very much so what I do towards the school is in connection with the partnership for career guidance services, because that's how we have organized it. And in that way, we reach both the secondary school and the upper secondary school, and also the career guidance centers, and even the social and welfare services. So we have a cooperation with NAV. That's the social and welfare services, Ryan, and a special branch of them. They provide different means for people with disabilities, wheelchairs, several things, and it's important for them to inform career guides about what they can offer. And we have a cooperation with them, and in thinking of SEND pupils, also people with special needs. And also we are trying to apply the benchmarks in career guidance in prisons. And also when, for instance, Moss Network have something they call speed date, something similar to what you showed us, we try to connect the dots, as the Sarpsborg lady said. What we are already doing can be placed in the chart of the different benchmarks. So speed date, and also we have something called knowledge in the center. Well, I won't go so much into this, and I have high hopes on a project we're starting up in the inner parts of Østfold with alternative learning arenas. Yes. Yeah, I've already said that, and the steering groups are an important part of it, and the strategic level. And the real work, so to speak, is out in the networks. And the networks leader, who are represented here with several of them, have a central role. And I think you said, Ryan, that sharing experiences and knowledge and top tips is important, and partnerships is a very good arena for just that. Yes. Yeah, that's the cooperation with the social and welfare services for use with reduced or with disabilities. I can just say that. So we were working on career guidance services for that group. We found out that this can emerge with the Gatsby's benchmarks, because all the pupils should have equal access to services, and in that way we found that the two lines of work could emerge. And also the self-assessment resources we already have spoken about. Yeah, I was part of a Nordic group who should come up with suggestions how to improve career guidance services in prison. And I put forward the Gatsby's benchmarks in that setting as well, and the group accepted that. So if you go to the next slide, Randi, I think, yes, you don't see the whole poster, but the output from that project was 2 posters. One poster should be put up in the prison so that the inmates could know of the services actually was existing inside the prison. But the other poster was this one. Yes, and you don't see the whole text, but it's a normative poster that says this should what career guidance services in a prison should be. And if you had seen the whole text, you would have seen the Gatsby benchmarks are mentioned there. So if you go, yes. For instance, you can build a service on the Gatsby's 8 benchmarks. I've highlighted that in red. So next slide. Yes, already mentioned. We try to connect the dots between what already is going on or is being planned, and to put the different activities into the chart of the benchmarks. Yes. And last year, there was this working group. One person is Camilla, and several others were part of that group. They had this plan for how to implement quality in career guidance services in the schools owned by Viken. And that plan, I won't go through that now, but it also had something about the Gatsby's benchmarks should be the content of the service in the schools of Viken. But due to different causes, I won't go into that now. That plan hasn't been realized. It's still there, and we have saved it. I hope we can put it into practice. And now we have this report on quality in career guidance services in the schools. And I won't go through the whole of that report either. But there are one thing that are highlighted is networking, and the network should be supported from the national and other levels. And also, there is no common idea of what career guidance services should provide in schools. And also the school leaders and school owners are not that connected to these services. And I think all of that is taken care of by the criteria. So if we say we have these benchmarks, then we know what, then the schools could agree on this is what constitutes good career guidance services. And as you have told us, if you have those benchmarks in place, the management of the schools and the school owners shall be involved in it. They should know what it consists of and support this work. So in my opinion, we already are working with these important points from the report. Okay.
Yes.
I think that was it.
And this is small letters, maybe. I will tell about some of the Trøndelag's Gatsby steps. I used some of those points when we spoke to Gatsby Foundation, so that's why it was already in English. The spring or from 2018, Nord and Sør-Trøndelag were merged to Trøndelag, and because of that, I was asked to make a report about the career guidance services in South and North, and how some suggestions for how it should be in Trøndelag. And I had my colleague sitting in the room, Nina. She was also working with this report with me, and she told me about Gatsby's benchmarks, and we included the benchmarks all at that point already in March 2018. But it was, as you see, new. It takes time. Maybe we were not ready for it ourselves. It was a new role for me, a new county. And in this November, I think, December, I often, at least earlier, I used to meet Trond Buland, also sitting in this room, scientist. You recommended the new book, Lying on the Tables. You should read this book, Randi. And I bought it, and I got it, and I already have told you what happened after Christmas. And when I started again, I read this book, and I really spent time reading it and writing, making models and thoughts and dreams. So that was, as I told you, the framework that I have written. I had been missing because it was almost personal, but it's also for us, of course. So then I had a short introduction to the leader group. I was told you will only have 10 or 15 minutes. I was there for 50 minutes talking about it. So they were interested. So that was very nice. And also they told me that, yes, you can tell about this at the annual career counseling conference in September. And then it was also maybe a little bit immature for me. And Nina, you also told a little bit about it, but it was, for me, it was a start. And then when we started, Geir and I started to meet, I got a new, energy and new support maybe for my role in this in this work, and also later we told you about what we have done together, but also later I also presented the Gatsby framework for the head teachers in Trøndelag County Authority, upper secondary schools, I mean. And when you talked now, I also see that I have a short way of saying it. I try to link most of what I have to do in my role at the county level or school owner level. I always try to think benchmarks. I also think about the national framework, the competence areas that we should work with, the recommendations. So I always think, one example was when we had, when Corona came, or COVID came, we had to find a solution for the career counseling. So then we certified almost all of our career counselors in Trøndelag fylkeskommune in a tool called karriereveiledning. And the reason for doing it was, of course, to have an offer, but also I was thinking benchmark 8. Then we can have a checkout for benchmark 8 at our level. We also in January had a focus on knowledge base, kunnskapsgrunnlag. It was in every region. And then I was thinking about benchmark 2 and also competence area 5 in the national framework. That was that's the way, at least in my role, I try to think when we plan something. And the digital information meeting for all the pupils in the 10th last year in upper secondary school and parent involvement. It's also, we're talking about maybe benchmark 2. Yeah. So some examples. And we have also worked together with the Career Center. The leader of the Career Center, we have written 2 political cases. So in June last year, we had politically adopted principles for career guidance in Trøndelag in a lifelong perspective. And the national framework is one of the important principles there in these principles. And to follow up that, we have written a new case with a holistic model for career guidance in Trøndelag, and we have we have written 2 models, one for adults and one for school. And in the one for school, we have this framework, Gatsby's benchmarks, as the framework for career guidance in school in Trøndelag fylkeskommune. And I must say, I'm very happy with that. And we had student involvement. You, Konrad, you were involved. You went to joined one of the meetings. So they gave very important meanings to this. And also we had the integration committee, youth county committee were involved, and the schools were involved in this work. So when we ended up with this, we're very happy with that. And also I have a new section leader. You are also here today, Maria, and I'm very happy for that, because we have heard today that leadership is important, leader involvement and leader support. And I really have a feeling that I have that now, the closest leader, but also the whole leader group. Last week, our director told the department, my department, in a meeting that Ryan Gibson should come, and this is an important visit for us. So that's a very good and feels like a good support for the work, and it, gives energy. So this was some of my points. And also have to tell about what I called in the start, at the beginning, pilot schools. I told you that some schools were invited to come to listen to Tristram Hooley at Gardermoen. And after that, we have had some meetings. So, and as you maybe understand, the schools had different starting points, a different set of strengths, of challenges. But as you have said, Ryan, it's okay. We are there. We start where we are, but as long as we walk the right direction, it's okay, and we take the steps we need to take, and as long as we walk, and some of the schools join us on the screen today, but we visited some schools yesterday, and one of the schools that was also to Gardermoen, it was an upper secondary school, Huseby skole. Kjersti is sitting here. Yeah, you went to, and you presented the new nice school, but also told about the work and plans. And I think your plans impressed Ryan a lot. And it's also nice to hear that you have so good plans. And also we went to the neighbor school, Heimdal videregående. You did not go to Gardermoen, but you were very inspired the last career counseling conference in September, and I gave you the book because I had an extra book, and you have made so many plans and thoughts, and the same also for the new school, all that doesn't exactly exist yet. Sissy Klein was also invited to, and also Tiller videregående is also a school that is renewed. So, but there are a lot of things happening without me doing anything with it, but I hope the role or the things I've told you that I've been doing or we have been doing are steps Trøndelag's steps together with Viken have given some inspiration. So I think the inspiration grows and continues to grow. And I hope that this day also will will be a good help for that, because that was an important purpose to have this day, to arrange this day. And for the leader involvement, we have also invited the leaders to join for a Teams meeting tomorrow, 1 hour Teams meeting. And we hope that many leaders will be a part of this meeting for 1 hour. Well, that was what I was going to say about what we have done in Trøndelag. No problem.
I'm not going to ask loads of questions. I just wanted to share some reflections, really. If you probably saw me writing some things down. There were you reminded me of me, Randy, actually, when you said you see the benchmarks in everything that you do. I used to joke I would go out for a night out and spot the benchmarks. They became part massively of obviously of my life. And what I wanted to do is just say a massive thank you to everybody today for coming. You taken time out of your busy schedules to come and listen to me. I've been made to feel very important, which is lovely. But actually, the really important people are all of you. You will be the people that will actually make the change that you want to see, and that was exactly the same in schools in England. And I've had the chance over the last day or 2 days to meet some really great people in some really great schools. And I wish I could steal some of the people and take them back to England to be career leaders in some of my schools. There's some brilliant things happening. I'm going to steal some of the things that you said as well. You said what we're already doing, we can place it into the benchmarks. I think that's the perfect place to start. There's so much good already happening, and you can spot that. And in fact, in every presentation we heard today, not mine, but from everybody else, you saw that happening. That happened on the screen. That happened when people were presenting and talking. And I think what the career benchmark framework will do is it will help to connect those dots together, help you achieve what you want to achieve. For me, they define what good is. They give a systematic approach to something that in the past has not had a systematic approach, but they use a process that can be owned by the school, a self-assessment, a self-evaluation, an audit, which you as a school will lead and others can verify. In the Gatsby pilot, my job title was facilitator. And that I don't think that sounded massively important, but actually the role of facilitating the work of the networks, connecting people together, helping schools make progress. I think it was absolutely the right word that they chose, and that's what I saw myself as. I think the benchmarks, and we've heard it in both presentations, develop a common language for careers, and that's certainly emerging here. The audit, the self-assessment, the benchmarks, they give you the framework. And then, so not only do you have a common language, you have common criteria that you're wanting to achieve. That gives you the common definition of good. And then the really important next step, I guess, is the alignment between the national framework, the competencies, the buttons, all things I'm not an expert in. But in England, we had other frameworks, competing frameworks, frameworks that weren't valued and frameworks that were. And the task was to make sure that the career benchmarks framework were integrated and embedded alongside the other national priorities. And that's what we managed to do. So competing, no. Complementary, yes. And then leadership, we've heard it has been important at all levels, right from the person who leads the work in the school to their boss, to the school owner, to the regional networks, the regional leaders, and into the national framework. So leadership, absolutely key. And I guess, I suppose, my final reflection is, I think you said it, Randy, thoughts and dreams turned into reality. And that's clearly what's happening. And I guess that's hopefully today, not from me, but from the other schools and the other network leads. Hopefully you've got that inspiration to take it back into your school, into your network, and see where it can go next. And remember those the 3 words that I said, they're English words, but intent, what is it you're wanting to achieve and why? Implementation, how is this going to look and feel and be delivered in our school for the benefit of our children? And what's the impact that we're going to see because of the work that we're all collectively doing? So that wasn't really a critique, I don't think, but it was some reflections of what you said. So thank you.
So no, we only have one thing left, and that's to make plans for the future. Everyone should have a plan. No, I don't think we will spend so much of the evening doing that, Randy. But I think for myself, I've already mentioned one important thing, and that's the rather fresh report on the quality in career guidance services in school. I think that report will be very important going forward. And I think also, as I've said, to look what the report said we need to do. A lot of the things that are underlined there are answered through this systematic approach that the benchmark consists of. We also have the national quality framework, which we can try to align, as Ryan said. I think those are the 2 most important things. We have this self-assessment tool that we have not finished. And also, I'm sure we're going to find out a lot of things, but one thing we have to do is just let these days here in Trondheim sink in, and then try to, okay, where are we now, and where will we go forward to make progress, because that's what we always want to do, to make progress in our work. So I think that will be my points for moving forward, Randy, as I'm speaking. So now you can have your shot at it.
Yes, I mentioned this political case, this model, and one of the points, things we will also work with there, written there, is the regional networks. So the national report has told us that we have to do this better, and also you today, you said something about lack of communication structure. I think I have to work with the communication structure with the networks, not the career counselors, because we use this mail. I have made this Teams room a long time ago, but I need support to put all the emails in this group, because there are many people, and I need some administration help. It takes too much time. So, but it's been made, and you have told us that it's important, and I hope when we open it, you will use it. Because I know that some of the regions or networks already have some rooms, but I think we should have one all together. And I think Geir is lucky, who also had this situation that it's a formal agreement about the networks, and that you have to join the networks. We don't have that in our country. So maybe a part of the work maybe in the future, we will have that also in our country. So yes, and the student involvement, she's leaving now, he's leaving now, but we yeah, because yeah, that's important. And we will continue with that. And we also said one thing, that we are going to have a follow-up. We have this tomorrow with the leaders, but we also will have a follow-up session, we called it, in September with the leaders. And we will also have a follow-up session on Teams with you later the autumn.
Yeah, and if it's useful for people at that follow-up session, rather than just hearing from me, we can hear from a careers leader in England, a school principal, just so you can see how they do their job in reality, in practice, rather than hearing it from me. So at a follow-up session, we can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
And we are just about wrapping the day up. I just have some souvenirs to you here, Ryan, from this is from Viken. And I said I want to give some souvenirs to Ryan. And they said, where's he from in England? He's from Newcastle. Well, then he could need an umbrella, they said. I don't know what you think about that, but so there's an umbrella here. And I have one ball pen from Weekend. That's going to be really rare, because in a year and a half there won't be no weekend, so keep that. And I even have a partnership pen from Østfold, which was very out of date, but is going to be very modern in a year and a half. So just be patient and it all come back to you. And also a needle from Viken that you can have and impress people with. So this is really a rare item in the future now. So here, for when you come back. Thank you.
I am more like Carl. I do it the last minute, and you don't leave before tomorrow. So I still have some time, but I have some chocolate from Trøndelag. So that's a start. So maybe what happens tomorrow, we don't know. Okay. Well,
Var det ikke en LP-plate en gang som heter Takk til dere, som er herfra? Så takk til alle sammen som er her også, fra Viken og Trøndelag og hvor dere ellers måtte komme fra. Og vi håper å fortsette samarbeidet i fremtiden. For som en bærekraftsambassadør i Viken, så er jeg veldig bevisst på bærekraftsmål nummer 17, at vi må samarbeide for å nå målene. Og det er det vi har prøvd å gjøre også her i dag. Så tusen takk alle sammen. Vel hjem. Vi andre ses i Viken, og vi ses på Teams, og vi ses andre steder. Takk skal dere ha.
Ha det.